Good day coders, welcome back to Coding Along with Buggeray. In this video, I'm hosting a crash course where I'll show you how to create a movies app using Angular. But that's not where it stopped. I created this crash course with the intentions to show you how things are done like in industry. You walk in an office, they say they want you to create an app, which is a movies app. You are assigned to a team and they say go ahead and work. So what happens is normally you have like a UI UX designer who's gonna implement the designs probably in Figma. The Figma is what we're gonna use in this video. And then you also have the developer, which is me, right? So I'd like to give some credit to some people that actually helped me out with this video. So I've got a good friend over here who's actually our UI UX designer. He runs a channel called Coded Designs. He does UI UX and also a front-end developer, mainly React JS. Okay, so this guy is the one who's responsible for creating these pretty looking Figma designs that we're going to implement. So what a designer normally does, they'll try to get some inspiration from somewhere. So this is the actual web app that he actually got inspiration from, or that we're basically cloning. Okay, so enough with the explanation, and now let's get to actually showing you how we run the code. Awesome. So first and foremost, the first thing that you'd want is you'll need an Angular CLI installed in your machine. Then you'll need to run this command, which is ng-new, the name of your project, which is movie web app. So once you run that command, you'll be prompted some couple of questions, which is styles, and I chose SCSS for my styles. For server-side rendering, I said no, and for Google Analytics, I also said no. We also have a couple of packages, or a package that we're actually using. So we're using Bootstrap over here. So I ran this npm install Bootstrap and Bootstrap icons. So you can take a moment and pause and actually check out these packages. And then I went ahead and also installed this ng Bootstrap package. So that's basically the packages that we need. And then for setting up Bootstrap CSS in your project, you'll need to go to your AngularJS folder over here, and under styles, you'll need to add this Bootstrap SCSS, right? And this Bootstrap icons SCSS. And then you also need to add some scripts over here, which is this Bootstrap bundle.mini.js file. So that's basically what you're gonna need. So now we can go ahead and actually serve our project. Okay, so once that is running, I'll also show you like a couple of things that I did. Went to the actual apps.component. I removed everything and just left this router outlet. I can also remove this if I want. Okay, so now let's just open up our Figma designs, right? So with our Figma design, this is what we are basically gonna create. So what I like to do is when I get a project, I like to analyze it first and then actually go ahead and creating stuff. So the first thing that I would like to do over here is actually build some couple of components. So what are those components? So if I were to stop serving this, I'll come over here in my app, have a folder which is called components. I'll have another folder over here which is for my pages. Alright, so now that I've created both those folders, which is for my components and my pages, so now I can cd into src app and components and build a couple of components. So what am I gonna build? So I'm just gonna ng generate a component, and this component would be my navbar, right? So my navbar is my first component that I'm gonna generate over there, and I'll now just go ahead and actually create my navbar. Okay, so I'd like to go back over here, CD into my pages. I also like to have a page which has all the components that I've actually created. So this is going to be called my test page. Okay, now that I have that, I'll just serve this application. So for my nav bar, I'll basically need to implement this design. I know this is going to be small, just trying to show both things at the same time. Okay, so awesome. So what do, right? So we know that we have a logo over here and we've got this couple of links on the side. So we're just gonna have the movie and the TV shows and suggestions, but we're not going to create the page for suggestions. So what I normally do is I'll create like a nav container class, and then over here I'll just have my logo section, and I'll also have my links section. Awesome. So this is basically what I'll need over there. And for my logo, what I'm basically gonna do is I already have like an asset folder over here which has my basic logo. Okay, so we know that we need an unordered list, and we're gonna have a list items. Over here we're gonna have like a couple list of items. Then this is gonna be for our movie and for TV show. Okay, then let's go ahead to our routes. So in our routes, we'll just create a couple of routes. So over here, we're gonna have like a path. So this is gonna be our path, which if it's an empty path, we wanna redirect to our home route, which is gonna be our home page. Okay, so what are we then gonna do? We're gonna also have like a path over here, which is gonna be for our home path, and our home path will actually run our home component. So know that I need to create a home page. So create a component. This is gonna be my home page. Okay, awesome. This is gonna be my home component over here. And let's go ahead and also create another one, which is just going to be our test. So currently we're just going to be using the test component because we want to first build our components and actually see them out. Okay, awesome. Now that we have this over here, we know that if we was to open up our application, which is running from port 4000, I think I need to ng-serve. If I ng-serve this, and we're running that from port 4200. So now you'll see that we have this in our application. In case you might be wondering why is my app why my app already has this nice background color. So what I did over here is I've actually set up like a couple of things, right? So I already have like a background color that I've set up, which is set up to linear gradient, and I also have this over here, and I also set up things like my background image. So I set up like an image for my background repeat, my background position, background color. Here's another important one. So my min height will be 100 viewport, but obviously it's going to be scrollable. So if it exceeds that, then my page is actually going to be scrollable over here. My width is set up to 100 view width, and I also have like some sort of a font family. So you can take a moment and actually get this in. All right, so now moving forward to our actual component. So if we come here to our nav bar, we probably want to see what we're actually doing. So we'll go to /test page, and our test page is actually empty currently, right? So now if we was to go to our actual test page over here, and we can have like something like our app nav bar. If we save, this will give us an error. The reason why it's giving us an error, it's because we are running a standalone project. So with a standalone project, we need to import this specific component, which is our navbar component. So you might be wondering that we've added it, but it's still not showing. There's one thing that I didn't add to my global styles over here, which is stating that my color is set up to a white color. So that's gonna be for all my text. So let's do this. This padding will be set to 0 pixels. Box sizing will be set to border box. Okay. And yeah, now let's basically see what's happening, right? Okay, we've already set up this, but we're not actually seeing anything. So what could be the issue? So if we go ahead and actually try to view this, we see that it's actually complaining to actually do this routing. So the reason why it's actually complaining is because we need to add like a path match, right? So this path match, we need to set it up to a full path, because we've set it up to test, but it also has like an empty path, so it doesn't know where to go. So we say only go to a path, to this empty path, use this empty path if it's actually like it matches the path, basically. I don't know if that actually makes sense. Okay, so now we see that we actually have something showing. We can go ahead now and add our actual logo image or our styles. So for this is, we're gonna have this guy, so I'll copy this. So I'll just copy, paste this. Okay, then this will be set to display flex. So I'll display flex. I'm also gonna have a logo. So for my logo, I'm gonna have like a background image for my logo, and this is gonna be set up to this URL because it's set up in my assets image logo image. Okay, so now if I save this, I might want to see what's actually going on. Okay, let's see what's happening. Okay, so I do have my logo, but I also have like an issue. So I need to set up like a width and height for my actual logo. So I might want to see what width and height I can set up for that logo. So the logo is set up to 40 by 40 pixels. So 40 width, the width is 40 pixels, and my height is also 40 pixels. Okay, so now I actually have this logo. So how you can actually download this via your Figma file, you can actually go to the logo, click on this logo, right? So this is the actual group for the logo. You've got your preview over here, and then you can just click export. So if this, you can click export and actually export this. You can choose which file type you like to export your logo in and actually import that into your project. Okay, so now moving forth, already we know that we've got like our actual logo that's showing over here, and my actual items. So what is it that I also want to do, right? So I'll say justify content space between. So this would be space between. Okay. Then over here, I'll have, okay, nope. Might need this guy. Let me see. I might not even need this. So I might need this guy over here and say display flex to align them in a horizontal line. Right? List, like list style set to none. So the list style would be set up to none. And then let's now go ahead and actually see what's happening. So we want to see the space between these items. So we see here we've got like a 29 pixels spacing between. So we can do that. So we can set up like a column gap to 29 pixels. That's our column gap. Over there, we're gonna have like an active item. So with this active item, we'll set up like a class, which is gonna be that active item. And how we can go about doing that is through this. So we might come over here to our source, create a themes folder, and then in my themes I might have like a themes.scss file. Okay, so now that I have this, I see that we created like a variable, which is our app primary. So I'll just say app. So this is going to be called app primary color. Okay, so how do I get this app's primary color? Okay, I know this is a bit challenging to get this. Okay, let's see. Let me see something. Okay, there is probably another way. I just want to see what's actually, oh, okay, yeah. This is the way to get this. Okay, interesting. Okay, now I've got my app color, which is going to be set up to this hexadecimal over here. And then right here, I would like to import this theme style. So, and then themes.scss. So the color for our active state over there, I'm going to set up this color, which is our app primary color. Okay, awesome. So now that we have that, we might also want to do something else. Okay, I would want to just copy this one, go to my theme and just say app. I'll just say app text gray. So for my text gray, I'll just have this color over here. Then if I come here, I can set up my color to my app text gray. Right, so that should basically be this. So this is basically this, utilizing that. And for an active state, I'll basically be using this active item. Okay, awesome. Now we'll go ahead and actually see a couple of things. So we would want to see what the actual text size is. So currently here we've got like a bold font weight and a text style of 17.38 pixels. So what can I do? So I'll just have this font size of 18 pixels like that. I'm not gonna add my fonts into like a themes folder. Well, it's basically useful to have like a variable for that, and yeah, utilize that instead. So okay, so I'll just have this as 18 pixels. Then awesome. Let's see what we actually have. So we currently have our text over here, which is these right here, and basically that's what we need. Font weight of bold, or you can set it up to like 700. So if we go ahead and save this now, you will see like a slight change. Okay, so there's also something else that we want to consider with this design that we have. So the first thing is we probably want to set up the content of our application to be right in the middle, like this. Okay, so how do we go ahead and do that? So the first thing, you would first want to check out from your Figma file what the padding is, the padding left and the padding right. Or another thing that you would basically want to do in such an instance is probably try to calculate the percentage of how to actually get this block in the middle. Okay, so how we go ahead with that is we can do something like this, right? So we can have a width of 100% here. So we can have calculation over here to say what is the width of this group. So if I were to check this over there, we're basically not seeing that width. Let's see. What is the width for this? So it's 850 pixels. Okay, so 850 pixels. And so if I were to open up like my calculator over here, so we'll say 850 divided by 512. So we basically have 58 pixels, or 60%, I meant to say. So that's what we're gonna set up, right? So we'll just have our nav content. So the width for our nav content will be set up to 60 pixels, 60%, I meant to say. So what are we then gonna do, right? So we're gonna set up justify content and that here, and then instead of here saying space between, we'll center this, and then we can also align item to center, and then we'll wrap everything into this. So we'll just wrap this to a nav content. So we know we've got our logo section and this. So these guys are gonna go in there. And now if we go ahead and actually check that out, you'll see a difference, right? But that will highly depend on if we actually open this up. You'll actually see that we've got this thing, or this capped up to 60%, right, of the current width. So now if we go ahead and close this up, you can save this. I feel like it's fine like this. I feel like it's fine. I'm not complaining. Okay, so what else do we want to change, right? So we would want to like input like a config that's going to configure our actual nav bar. Do we want that? Let me see. So we already know we have like these links over here, and we want to set those up like dynamically in such a way that when we click this will open up like the movies page, and when we also click this page, this will also open up the TV shows page, right? So how we can go about that is we can say nav items. So with our nav items, we'll have like some sort of like an interface. So over here, we'll create a folder which is called our interfaces. And within our interfaces, we'll just have our UI configs. So here, we'll just have a nav item config dot interface dot ts. Okay, awesome. This is fine. So now I can just go ahead and say export nav config, right? This is our nav item config. So what are we gonna need there? This is gonna be the name of the navigation, because we want our application to be strongly typed since we're using TypeScript. So this is gonna be our navigation and our path. So our path is actually where we're actually going to, right? So this is also gonna be a string. Okay, awesome. So now if we come back here, we'll say our nav items is of type nav config, which is an array. Then over here we'll have like our actual name. So this name will be called movie. And for our path that we're gonna go to, we're gonna go to movies path. Okay, awesome. Go ahead and copy this object and create our TV shows. So then we'll say TV show. So we'll say TV shows, that's actually our path. And we'll probably also want to create another one, which is then going to be called suggestions. So suggestion, right? So this is, let's see something. So if I come here, this is actually called suggest me instead of suggestions. So I'll use suggest me. Awesome. So that's what we need currently, right? So we can go to our bootstrap icons over here and actually try to search for an icon. This icon would probably be right arrow. So we're gonna add something like this. So we can just copy this guy over here, and we can say icon. For our icon, we can have like this icon. Okay, awesome. So this can be by, right? And then we can have like our icon, which is nullable string, so we don't necessarily need to add this icon for everything. Okay, awesome. So now instead of having all of these, so what we can do over here is something of the sort. So we're gonna have like an ng. We can have an if statement if we want, right? We can have navigations, and if navigations items dot length is greater than 0, if the length of that is greater than 0, we would want to show the section. Okay, awesome. Then over here we'd also want to for loop there, and instead of calling it item, we can call it nav, and this is of the variable nav items. And then here we can go ahead and actually have the actual navigation.name. So this is the actual navigation.name. So now if we come here, you'll basically see this. So I can remove this, and probably I'd like to increase this probably to 80 pixels, 80%. I think this is a bit better than just 60%. Okay, awesome. But we probably also want to add something here, which is this I, and my class would be nav dot icon, and this is only going to be shown if we have a nav, right, dot icon, nav dot icon. So if this object exists, then we're going to show this guy over here. Then if I go ahead and save this, this will basically show this icon. Okay, now let's go ahead and actually style our stuff. Okay, so if we align our items to center, so we'll also try to display everything. So display, flex, align items to center. And then if we go back to our Figma designs, we'd probably want to see the spacing between these two. So this is like 9 pixels. So the gap, column gap over there is set up to 9 pixels. Okay, awesome. I feel this is kind of proper. So I can probably also want to say this icon color would be set up to our app text gray color. So this is fine. Now, awesome. So we've already created that, and then if we have an active state, we would probably want to set this to our primary. Yes, this is going to be set up to our primary. And come back here, we'd also want to create like our actual active state. So if it's active, that's going to set up to a boolean. So over here we'll say active, so boolean. So when we start off our application, the active state, the active one would be our movies one. Do I want that? Let me see. I don't think that's gonna be true. So our active will be set up to false. Okay, false. Okay, that's should be false. And my active over here should also be set up to false. Say awesome. So you see over here, we're still creating like just a single component. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually now set up like a click state. So when we click, we want to say selected nav, call a function called selected item or nav, whatever you'd like to call it. And over here, we'll just pass it this navigation item. So if we come here, I'll just say this is an item, which is of type nav item, which is the interface, right? Say awesome. So now I can save this. So what do I want to do, right? So if I select a specific item, the first thing that I would want to do is this dot items. I want to map through all those items and say item, and this is of type nav item config, and I'd set up like the active state is equal to this, so if item.nav name is equal to item, so if the item.name, okay, let's just say I, right, instead of item.name, or let me say nav, and then let me just call this item. Okay, so if the nav name is equal to this item.name, then we want to set that up to true. So okay, so now we've actually clicked these, right, but nothing is happening. Okay, how do we now solve that, right? So the first thing that we'd want to do is we want to show when we actually hovering on something. So we'll set up like a cursor pointer. So when we click these, we see that nothing is happening, right? So the reason for that is because when we need to set up like a class, right? So this is going to be our ng class, and for our ng class we want to set an active item, and this is only if nav, so only if nav dot active is true. But you might be seeing that we also still have like an issue, right? And this is because in our import we need to import something which is our common module. So the moment we import like our common modules, we should be seeing something. So when we click on this, it should be doing something, right? So let's actually see what's going on, right? So I've actually clicked, but nothing is actually happening. So now if I go ahead and actually say label.log nav items, so I want to see if something is happening. So I click on this guy. This is set up to true. So I might want to see something. So this should be a class which is active item. Okay, now let me just go ahead and actually inspect. So the class over here is set to that active item, but there's nothing happening. So I think I made a mistake somewhere. So let me see. Okay, yeah, that was my mistake. So if I click on this, now you see something is actually happening. Okay, awesome. So what should basically happen is the moment I click on these pages, I should go to the appropriate page, right? So I don't know, for now we might say this is okay. We're not yet done. Let's see what we might probably want to do. So align items to center. So I want to center that. So let me see where the issue is. So let me just increase this and see what's happening, right? So we've got like a margin. I think this element over here has like some sort of a default margin. I think it's this guy. So it's got a default margin that's set up to 16 pixels. So how we can remove that is, first we can go to styles, and then for everything we can just say set 0 pixels for our margins, right? So now what would happen? So this goes to test. Okay, did that break something? So let me remove this and actually test this out. So I see now I can't get my logo, and I wonder what's causing that issue. So if I reload this, it says I cannot get my logo, which is interesting. isn't it? This is quite interesting. So let me just see what's happening. So over here, that's set up to 40/40. Oh, I think I changed something on my nav. So I've got this, save, and yeah, I think something just changed for no reason. Okay, awesome. Here I'd want to set up like my margin. Okay, let me just go back to my styles.css, and this is where we'll actually set up my default margins to 0. Okay, I've got an issue. So the moment I set that margin to 0, it's breaking. But we can solve that issue. And let me just try to reload. Let me see something. So I come back here, and it's basically complaining about something. Let me see margin. So my margin is set up to 0. Okay, let me just come here. Instead of me trying to be all funny, I'll just say my margin is 0 pixels. I wonder why just a simple thing like that is causing an issue, which is quite interesting. That shouldn't be happening, right? So let's see if I reload the page. It decides to go away. It's going to media, and it's saying that it can't find that image. Okay, awesome. Okay, this is a problem. Okay, for now, instead of using this guy, okay, we can't even use this guy's image. Interesting. So we can have like a alternative that we can use. Alright, because now this is causing like some issues. I don't know why it's actually doing that. But instead of having this PNG file over here, you can just do this, have an SVG, download our actual SVG, open this up, then I'll actually just try to copy it over. So I'll come here to my assets folder and try to copy this SVG over. Okay, why isn't it? Okay. Yeah, using a trackpad is like some trouble. Normally use a mouse, but anyways, let me just say logo SVG, but that shouldn't be a difference, but I wonder why it's giving me that issue, right? So instead of this guy, I'll use /images logo.svg. Okay, I'll go ahead here. Now, awesome. Okay, so we have that there, but we also have like a bit of like an issue. And what is the issue, right? So let's go ahead and actually inspect our project, right? So if we inspect over here, no, it's not an issue. I thought our stuff is not properly like aligned to the center. So if we were to close this now, and go back to our Figma file, we might want to also add something, right? So which would be like our padding top and bottom. So what is our actual padding top and bottom? So over here we've got 18.25 for our top and bottom padding. So we'll just say padding over here. For our top and bottom, we'll just set this to 18 pixels. And for our left and right, we'll just set this out to 0 pixels. Awesome. Then we might also want to set up like our background, and our background color would be background color. So we want to have like our background color, which is going to be set up to RGBA. And then this 0.93. Hash code. Awesome. So yeah, we've already spent like 45 minutes on the nav bar, right? Okay, now that we have that, we should be all good to go. And yeah, that's just it for our actual nav bar, right? So basically now we can navigate through these pages, and yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so the next component that we would wanna go ahead and actually create is our segmented control. So we'd wanna create like our segmented control. I know in this UI design we don't have a segmented control over here, but I felt like from this actual web app, it's actually pretty cool to have this segmented control. So how we're gonna go ahead and actually create the segmented control is we'll just cd to our components, and then we clear ng generate our components. This is segmented control. This is a segmented color. Ng generate components segmented control. Okay, awesome. So that's what we're gonna need. We've already created our why do I have two segmented color control? Just now need to delete those files. This and this guy and this guy need to be deleted. Okay, awesome. So now within my segmented control, this is gonna be segmented control component. Awesome. So with my segmented control component, I'm gonna have this component, which is gonna just this class, which is gonna wrap everything, and then I'm gonna have like items within that. So another thing that I'll need to create over here is within here, my interfaces, I'll have a segmented control config.interface.ts. So export interface segmented control config. Okay, so what do I need for my segmented control, right? So we might need, is this the name? I can say this is the name for this segmented control. And then we want to have also the path, because no, that's not the path. We want the name and the active state of that segmented control. So this active state will be set up to be a Boolean. And I think that's just it we need for the segmented control. Okay, so now we'll go back to our actual component. And in here, we know that we're gonna be passing data to our actual component. So for passing data from the parent component to the child component, we'll need to use this input, and then we'll just have like our config and this is gonna be like for our segmented control. Okay, awesome. So just to remove this error, so this just says this is nullable. Alrighty, so maybe here we might want to have like an if check that just checks that if our config, this only renders this if we have a config, if our config is not null, right? So then we would have this guy. Okay, so this is going to be for our segmented controls, which is going to be an array of all those segmented controls. So, and then if config.length, if our config exists or config.length is greater than 0, so now we can just equate this to, if we don't have anything, we'll just equate it to a empty array. Awesome. So now we're gonna have this segmented control. We would also want to have like some items in there. So for our items, which are gonna be our actual segment, so we'll have like a specific segment, and this is gonna be our our actual segment, and our segment will have a segment, my bad, this is that segment.name. So this is going to be config, this is going to be our segment.name. Okay, awesome. Okay, we don't have this there, so we're just going to copy it from these designs. So what we're going to do is try to go ahead and have also an active state, right? So if ng class is active, so we'll have like an ng class. Okay, wait, ng class, this is going to be an active item. So we'll have an active item. This is going to be segment dot active, and the reason why this is complaining is because we need a common module that we need to import there. Okay, awesome. So if we go ahead now and save this, right, so if the active is set to true, then that segment is actually going to be set up to active. Okay, awesome. What's the next thing that we need to do is actually now set up our stylings, right? So we would do this class display flex, like our width is going to be set up to 100. So width is going to be set up to 100 pixels. So we're going to have like a high padding. So for our padding, this is going to be just 8 pixels. So this is just 8 pixels padding around the actual component. And then we're going to have like our actual segments over here. So we're just going to have like a styling for our segments. So before we actually style that out, we'd need like a background. So for our background, we'll have like a variable over here in our theme. So this is going to be this variable, and the color for our black 20 is going to be set up to that RGBA. So now if we go back to our segments, we want to import these themes that we're going to be using. So theme. Okay, awesome. So this is going to be for our assets. No, it's going to come from theme. If I say / nope, / that, and then themes, and then themes. Okay, awesome. So this is going to be using our black 20 variable. which is all good. And yeah, this is fine. And then now we can go ahead and actually now set up like our actual padding for our segment. So for our segment, the padding top and bottom is going to be 8 pixels, and the left and right padding is going to be set up to 32 pixels. We're going to have a font size of 16 pixels, a font weight of 700, or you can set up to bold. Okay, awesome. Then we're going to have like a color for our normal text. We're gonna set this out to this color over here. So this is the color for our actual theme. And then for an active theme, we're gonna have like another CSS variable that we're gonna add, which is that color. And for the color of an active item, we're also going to set it up to this CSS variable. Okay, awesome. So what's the first thing we do, right? So if I go back to these styles now, I'm going to set up the segment color. It's going to be this gray 400, right? And then for our dot active item, that color is going to be set up to our primary 50. So it's set up to primary 50, and then our background color is going to be our primary 400. Awesome. So this is what we basically going to need for all of those. Okay, now we can go ahead and actually ng-serve our application and try to use this in our actual test file. So test component. So in our test component, which is here, we'll try to use app and then segmented control. We see that we have an issue because we needed to import the segmented control. But now if we come right in here, let's see what it's complaining about. Okay, if I were to reload this, is it still complaining, right? So let's go ahead and actually see what we have. So we've got this segmented control. Okay, the reason why it's because we haven't passed in like our actual configs, right? So we don't have our configs. So for our configs, we'll just have segments, right? Which is going to be our segmented control config, which is going to be an array. We need the name of that. So we'll set up to all. Okay. Active is set to true, and then we can go ahead and actually copy this, paste. Okay, this is set up to false, and then this is movies, and then this is TV shows. Awesome. So now we can go ahead and actually pass in these segments. So now if we pass in like the segments, we'll see that this should be rendered already. Okay, I can go ahead and come here in my segmented control. Instead of having this as a 100%, I can just do that and say, okay, let me just come back here, save this guy. Instead of having this to 100%, I can have the width set up to fit content. So this should be able to fit that content. And I'll also need to set up like a border radius. So our border radius is set up to 8 pixels. So this is going to be 8 pixels for that. And also for our actual active segment, we would want to have some sort of border radius for that. Okay, awesome. So now we've actually created our actual segmented control, but we might have an issue that when we select a specific segmented control, first we don't have that cursor pointer that we need to set up. So cursor pointer, right? This will allow us to show that this is a clickable thing, right? And we also might need to have that functionality, sort of like the same functionality that we had for selecting an item on the nav bar, right? So we'll just say this is segment, and we can come here in our TS folder, create this function for our segment, and this is of type segmented control config. Okay, awesome. So we can just copy this functionality because it's basically doing the same thing, right? So we'll just say these segments, nope, we'll use config, right? And then here we'll just use segment, and instead of this, basically. So now if I were to come here to my segmented control, if I click on this, you'll see that it's actually doing something, which is actually something good or a good thing, right? We actually like that we have some sort of like functionality now happening over there. We might also want to create an input component. So the same thing, ng generate component input. Okay, so we want to create like our actual input component. Okay, now that will need like a Figma file, so we'll go back to this Figma file over here and actually create this. So how do we do that? So I might speed this one up a bit. So we'll have like an input container. Okay, so for this input container, we might need this item over here, which is gonna be what we're gonna use for the icon. This is gonna be by. I think this is gonna be set up to search. Okay, so now if we serve, because we want to see what we're actually doing, so if we serve this application, we would want to go back to our test page, right? We want to go back to our test page, and we'd have an app test. Nope, this is input. So this is app input. Let's see what we have. This is gonna be for our app input, and then we might as well also need to have an input component. Okay, so this will allow us to use that. So you see that we already have this icon, but we'll probably need to come back here and actually see some stuff. Okay, so we wanna come in and zoom and actually see stuff, right? Okay, so we've got like font size of 18 pixels, or we can say it's 19 pixels. So we can go ahead and just do this. So we can copy this guy, and then we say display flex. Okay, awesome. We'll set up our width for this to 100%, right? And our item, our font size for this item, we'll just say this is 19 pixels. We know over here is that we'll have a padding of 20 pixels top and right and 18 pixels left and right. So top to bottom is 20 pixels. So how we do this is padding. Top and bottom is 20 pixels, and left and right will have 18 pixels. Okay, so that's set up properly. Okay, this is nice. And what do we want? So for our color, I think this is going to be set up to our app text gray color. This is going to be set up to that gray color. So we'll also need to import these guys, themes.scss. Okay, awesome. So now that we have that, we want to also check out the spacing. Okay, let's do this. So if I zoom in here, I'd want to see the spacing between the icon and the actual input box that I'm going to put in, right? So for this, I'll need like a column gap of 10 pixels, right? So I'll also need to set up like an input, which is text, and have a placeholder. So my placeholder would be search TV or search movies or TV, right? So now if I go ahead over here, you'll see that we have something. Okay, awesome. So now let's style our input. So for our input, we'll have flex 1, right? So basically what we're saying with flex 1 is take all of the available space after rendering whatever that's there, right? So okay, so since now we have that nicely put in there, so we'd want to set our background color for that transparent. So it's transparent. So we'll say our border will be set up to none. Save. And if we click this, we also have this outline, which we need to set up to none. So now the only thing that we have is basically whatever we're gonna have, right? So let's go ahead and actually see. So we know that we also need to set up like a font size of 16 pixels. So the font size is set up to 16 pixels, and that's basically just it. Awesome. So now if we go ahead and have this is where we're gonna actually be searching for everything we need. So now, awesome. So we're not gonna do all these fancy hover animation. I guess you can achieve this. I know Material UI has a component that you can use that does this animation for you, but I don't think we would want to stress out with that in this video. So I'd want to maybe increase this to 18 pixels. Okay, awesome. I kind of like this. So a next thing that I would probably want to also include over here is these border, right? So let's see, what do we have? So we've got a border radius around this guy. So our border radius is set up to 13 pixels. Okay, border radius is set up to 13 pixels. So that's fine. Then our stroke, which is our actual border. So we'll say 1 pixels solid, right? And our color is that. So this is what you set up for your stroke. And then for your background color, so we'll just say background will be set up to this color, basically. So now if we go ahead and actually view this, okay, let's see. Yeah, so if we go ahead and actually save this, you'll see that this is what you have for your actual input box, which is not bad at all. I kind of like this. So we've already created like our actual like input box. The next thing we'd want to create is our actual card. So we'll come over here and now actually go ahead and create this movie card component. So now we'll generate movie card. So we're generating this component, we clear ng serve. Okay, awesome. So what we'll need is we'll open here an interface, because I mean we like interfaces. So nope. So we'll say this is our movie card config interface. Movie card config.interface.ts. You probably now see a bit of a pattern, right? So this is because I try my best to avoid using type any. So our movie card config. Okay, so what are we gonna have for this movie card config, right? So we know that we're gonna have our actual image source, so which is gonna be a string. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna have like an image source, and then we're gonna have like a rate. So for our rate, we're gonna basically have a number for that rate. So awesome. We're gonna have like our image source, our rate, and our actual name of the movie. So this is gonna be movie name. Sure thing. So yeah, basically this is what we're gonna need, right? So now let's go ahead to our movie card. We'll have like a movie card container, or you can call it a box if you want. Okay, so we know that in this movie card we're gonna have a section over here which is gonna be basically for our image. So this is gonna be our image. So image container. So what I normally like for my images is have it as a background image instead of using the image tag, because then it's easier to download. Well, you can still find the image even if you make it a background image, but yeah, I'm just avoiding stuff like someone having to be able to drag a specific image, something like this. So with the background image, it prevents stuff like that. So okay, awesome. So now that we see that we have that, so if we go back to our designs, we also have this chip. And we know that if we go to the actual site and we come here, we're still going to need this. So which actually means that we will need to create a component for that, right? But how we go about doing that is, so ng generate component, this is going to be our chip. So this is our rate chip component, rate chip component. All right, so for our rate chip, so we'll start with this one. I should have created that one first. So rate chip component. Okay, so what are we gonna need for our rate chip component? We might need a class over here which is of a type ib star dash star. In case you're still wondering where I get these from, you can just come here to our bootstrap icons over here, and you can actually search. So if you say star, think over here, you'll get this. I think it's bi star. Okay, say then we'll have like some sort of like a span. Don't normally like using span, but just use it for this. And so we'll just maybe want to pass it a rate over here. So our rate will be passed from the parent component, so we'll need that input. So our rate will be like some sort of a number which is of type string. So this is gonna be of type number. Okay, then just probably need to import this, and then we might also want to have something like this, right? Decimal, maybe place decimals, right, which is going to be of a type number, and we'll set this out to 0 when we start, and this will also be initialized to 0 when we start off, right? So what we'll need to do over here is say rate. So info. So sorry, this is an if statement. If rate is greater than 0, then we want to show it. If we don't have that rate, then we probably not want to show that component, right? So basically that's what we're gonna have over there, and we can go ahead and actually now set out our stylings. So what are we gonna do, right? We're gonna have this guy, display flex, come back here. If we want to check this out, it's like sort of like 2 pixels. So column gap is set up to 2 pixels. Then we have our span. So for our color over here, we'll set it up to this color. So that's going to be set up to that color. And for our actual text, we'll have a font size of that, and a font weight of, this is going to be a bold font, or you can say this is 700. So if I ng now serve, let's basically see what's happening, right? Okay, awesome. So now we would also need to set up like some sort of like a background. So we know that our background is a black background with like opacity of 80%. So background here is RGBA, so you can set it up to 0, 0, either 0, 0, 0, then 0.8. So this is for our actual background. And we might also want to set up, so if I were to zoom in, so this would be 5 pixels top and bottom and 7 pixels left and right. So padding top and bottom is 5 pixels, and the left and right will be set up to 7 pixels. Okay, awesome. So we'll also need like some sort of like a border radius. For our border radius, this is going to be set up to 8 pixels. Okay, awesome. So normally when you work with Figma designs, if you get like a tester that's actually going to check everything, or a designer that's going to check everything down to the T, you need to make sure that your actual code matches your designs. So now if I go to the test page, I can go ahead and say app rate chip over here. Well, I'll need to import this component, and you'll see it's not showing simply because we first need to set up like our rate and say 5.9, and we'll have that showing over there. Alrighty, so we see that that's already showing. So let's see that, and then if we say 0, 0, that's gonna show everything. Nope. If we say 0, 1, that's gonna show the full number, but we want to do something, right? So within our actual constructor, or you can just implement on init. So you say implement on init. So when you actually initialize this component, so ng on init, you would want to say my rate. So this dot rate is equal to rate So this is rate.to fixed, and then place decimals, right? And then this is going to be pass. So this is string to a number, right? So this is going to be place pass float. We're going to pass this to a float, and basically this is what we're going to have. Okay, so if we go back to our test, we want to say our place decimals, we'll set it up to 2 decimals, and that should be showing what we need, basically. And yeah, so let's see what's actually happening, right? So if we go here, so we've got our span. Okay, this should be 7 pixels. That's fine. And we want to set up like, okay, yeah, awesome. So that's what we needed. And for my icon as well, I want to set up to this color. My icon, I want to set it up to that color. And my span color, I would also want to set it up to this color. Okay, awesome. So this should be fine. And I think the padding that I have, okay, let me just say width. Let me just say my width is set up to fit content. I think the padding that I have between those two isn't quite big enough. So let me just set this up to like 8 pixels. Let's see. 8 pixels is now a bit bigger. So let me set it to 5 pixels. Yeah, awesome. So 5 pixels and then maybe 8 pixels. Yeah, I think this is kind of pretty cool, right? And maybe let's see, font weight, let's set it up to bold and see what actually happens. Yeah, awesome. So I think I like this, right? So now let's go back here. Let's come back here to my test case and set it up to 0.0 that. So this is gonna be, it says this is setting it up to a float. Okay, let's just say string actual number, which is gonna be set up to a string, I guess, which is just an empty string. So this is going to be set up to an empty string. Then I'll just say actual number. Instead of passing this to a float, I'll just do something like this. Okay, awesome. And then have an actual number. So yeah, basically this is what we're going to have. Awesome. So now that we've created that chip that we're going to need, we can move on to the next thing we want to create, right? So let's see, 0.0.0.8. So that's fine. And now we can go ahead to our movie card component. So if we go in our movie card component, now this is a place where we'll actually create that component, right? So what I'll do is I'll try copying an image that's already here. So I'll just use this image as a background image. So just use this guy, and let's go ahead and actually do some stylings. So we know the first thing that we would want is this guy. We also want an image section, and underneath that we will want to have like some sort of a p tag, and then this is going to be our name of our movie. Awesome. So we'll pass in this guy, which is going to be our movie. So we'll just say this is our config, right? And then this is going to be our movie config that we're going to be passing in. Awesome. Then we're not going to render it if the config is null, because we don't want any issues, so we're just doing some validation. So this is const.movie name. Okay, that's going to be the movie name, right? And then over here we can have style.background image. Yeah, I think it's styles.background image. Then we have something like URL, which is going to be like this plus, or basically we can have this guy. Okay, no, this guy. Then we're gonna have 2+, and then right in the middle here we're gonna add in our config.image. Basically this, then a plus. Awesome. So we're gonna have like an image that's gonna be showing there. So let's go ahead and actually see what's happening. Okay, alrighty. So this is the time where we actually now do our stylings. So for our styling here, we'll just copy this class. So we'll just copy that class and just say display. So our display. Okay, I think it's because of this guy. So this is going to be our display flex. Then we want to set our flex direction to column, because we want everything to be stacked out into a column, right? So that's awesome. Okay, now we can go in here and actually see something, right? So we see that we have like some sort of like padding, right, between this guy. Okay, wait up. Nope. Between this guy and this guy. So this is going to be 8 pixels. So we'll set my padding to 8 pixels. 8 pixels. Awesome. And then we want to set the background of this card. So my background is going to be set out to that. Okay, so my background color is going to be set out to that guy. We want to have a border radius of 15 pixels. So we're going to have a border radius of 15 pixels, right? Awesome. I think that's what we're going to need for now. So then the next thing that we're going to have here is for this class, we're going to just utilize a width of 100%, right? And a height that we're going to set up for this is going to be 400, so 411 pixels. So this should be fine. This is the height that we're going to have. Then we're going to have like a background image. So this is going to use, okay, no. We've already set up like a background image, which is what we're going to be passing in there. So now we can just go ahead in here. Let me see something, right? So the only thing now that we would want to do is set up the stylings for my actual p tag. Okay, awesome. So this guy, so margin is going to be set up to 0 pixels. Okay, well, I might have like a margin bottom. So my margin bottom would be 25. Margin bottom. My margin bottom would be like 25 pixels. Awesome. So we'd have like a font size of 17 pixels. Okay, and a font weight of 700, which is bold. Okay, awesome. Then we might want to have this color. So how do we go ahead and get that, right? So we can just use this color straight up. I'm not even gonna add it in my actual, sorry, my bad. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go ahead to my actual test component over here and have an app movie card and actually see what's going on. So currently that will complain because we need to import, and for now we won't see anything. So let's close the segmented control and say movie card. So for my movie card, which is of type movie, so I'll just have all my movies. Maybe I'll just show 2 movies. Movie card config, movie card config, which is an array of movie cards. So in here we might have some missing stuff, so add all missing. Okay, so what did I say? I said we're just gonna copy the same image for both of them, right? Then the rating, we'll just say this is 7.89, and then we'll just call this bug array for now. And yeah, that's basically what we want currently. And then maybe this one will be set up to 5 point that. Awesome, so we've got that rate, and then we want to probably have like a place. No. I think this is fine. Okay, awesome. So if I go ahead and save this guy, go to that component. So we're passing in these and using that config. So in my test component, the moment I've had this, I'd probably need to have like a for, maybe a div. Maybe I'll just say movies section. So for my movies section, I'll probably come here and have like a for loop, for each loop, then have these guys, and then have a config, and this is going to be passing items, but we're going to be getting it from these movie cards item. So let's just call it movie cards instead of a movie card, so it's plural. So awesome. Now that we have that, if we go to our actual application, you will see that now we kind of have something, right? So that's fine for now. So let me just sort up some bit of some styling, right? So we'll just say display flex. We'll just set this up to display flex, right? And then for each of these, maybe we'll say movie card, which is gonna have that. Just want to set up like because we're controlling the width from the parent component as opposed to the actual component itself, right? So we want to set up the width to be, calculate the width to be 100% divided by maybe 4. Let's see. Nope, maybe divided by 2. Yeah, so basically this is what we're gonna have there. Right, so that's what we're currently gonna have. Then we're gonna have like some sort of like a column gap of like 20 pixels. That's fine for now. and then we're just gonna fix some bit of styling. Okay, so what do we need? So we go back to our Figma file. We want to sort out like the border radius. So the border radius for this guy, so we'll say border radius for this guy is set up to 10 pixels. So we've set up like the border radius, and we'd probably also want to zoom in and try to find the spacing between both of those, right? So maybe here margin bottom. So our margin bottom will be set up to, let's just say 10 pixels, so things are just not squashed. Okay, awesome. So we see that we have that. So now we can just go ahead and say text align to center. That's gonna center out my actual text, and basically I think we have what we want. Okay, so another thing I'd want to set out over here is say background image position to center, background size. I want to set this up to cover, and then I also want to set up a background repeat to no repeat. No repeat. So this is basically how our image now is gonna look. So this is a bit proper than what we had. So for our components, now we know that for our home page, we've actually created almost all the components that we're gonna need for our actual home page, right? So let's now see if we was to go here. Let's see something. So if we was to go in here, let's see what other component we might want to create. Do we have like a specific component that we probably want to create? I don't know. Let me think. Awesome. I think we have everything we need for our actual like homepage. So now the next thing that I would probably want to show you is how we go ahead and integrate with a third-party library, right? And actually then sort out the stylings. So, but the first thing that we probably want to do is sort out like our actual homepage, right? Since we've got everything that we need. So now if we go to our homepage, or we go to these designs, so we now can comfortably go to our home page and build a page. So home container. So in our home container, we might have like a home content section. We might have like a home page, a home content section. In here, what are we gonna need, right? So let's just say we need movies. Do we need that? Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna have top. Oh, I'm bad with naming. So P mini title. That's what I'm gonna call this section over here. So this is gonna be called like my actual mini title, and this title will be named this guy. So there I don't need any fancy stuff. So now I can have like a P tag and then have like some sort of like a title over here, and this title is set up to change, right? So this is gonna be title, which is gonna be a string, which is equal to, when we first land on it, this is gonna be set up to all, which is fine, and that's what we need. Okay, and then over here we'll just have title. Okay, awesome. Then underneath here we'll have some sort of like a search section. So for our search section, we want to have like an app search. It's input. Basically, I should have said this is a search because like input is so I don't know if vague is the word. It could mean like anything. I should have called it like a search like input or something because it already has like that search icon. But I think for now we're just gonna need one input, right, in this application, so it's fine. So yeah, let's now see what actually happens, right? So if I go to my home page, now I see that I've got this hero section and all those other stuff that I needed. Okay, so at the top I might want to show my nav bar. So I might want to show my nav bar, right? But for that I'll need to import that navigation bar. So now if I go ahead and close this, I reload. Okay, awesome. So I see that I've got like my navigation bar that's actually there, right? Which still does all our funny stuff. It's just crazy how sometimes it just decides to not show our actual image, right? Okay, awesome. So let's see if I were to go back here. Okay, this is fine. Let me see something. Maybe I can fix something on my actual nav bar. So in my nav bar, we'll come here, and instead of this guy, let's see if this is gonna fix the issue. Is this gonna fix? Oh, that fixes the issue. Maybe we might not face that issue where this image just decides to disappear. Save. Okay, awesome. Let's wait and see. Okay, so we already have this section. We've got this text. We've got like our navigation bar. Although now the styling is not yet perfect, but at least we have something, right? So we know that underneath there we'll probably then need our actual cards. So we'll just say our movie cards section. So for our movie cards section, what we're gonna need is like some sort of like a for each loop, and for our for each loop we're gonna show our app. So it's app movie card, which is gonna then come with its own config, right? So okay, now we've got a couple of stuff in our application, right? So we don't want to create something and still leave out like integrating with like our services. So I guess this is now the time where we actually start off integrating with our third party library, which is our movies API, right? So for our actual movies API, we'll need okay, first and foremost, the first thing that I'd want to do is say Angular generate environments. I want my environment variables first, right? So how I do this is I'll probably need something like this, which is ng generate environments, right? So if I do this, run this, okay, this will generate my actual environments. So if I come over here, I think if I say environments over here, so basically I'll need to go ahead and create this environment. So the first one that I'll need is a token, right? So for my token, I'm gonna use a token that I'm given from an API. So what I'm actually using for my actual integration, right? So you can check like this documentation, which comes from this source over here. So we're using this API, third-party API to actually integrate to get all the movies and all these jiggly funny stuff. So you can go ahead and read up this documentation. But yeah, so there is like a token that they give me there, which is like some sort of like a bearer token that I get from all like the requests that I'll be using over there. Okay, awesome. I don't know if I need to show this in this video. So let me just go ahead and take this to another screen and actually add that. Right, so if I put this up in this second screen, I'm just gonna add my actual token. So environment for my development, I'm also gonna use the same environments. Okay, awesome. So now I just can close this. I don't know, maybe I might forget and actually end up showing that, but I think it shouldn't be a train smash. Thought as much. Okay, nope. Okay, awesome. So now that I've added those environments over there, the next thing that I would want to do is set up how I'm actually going to be doing my actual like integrations, right? So I know that I'm going to have like a specific endpoints that I'm going to be integrating with, right? So let me just go here, over here. I'm going to have like a specific endpoints that I'm going to integrate with. So for that, I'll need to create like a services folder, right? So I'm going to have my services, right? So just cd into services. I like to create a service which is called my generic HTTP service. So this is going to be my generic HTTP service that I normally like to create. I also like to have like a folder for my endpoints. So I like having like a folder for my endpoints, and within this folder I like having like my endpoints.ts. So for this I just use a static class. No, I just use a class which has static variables. So endpoints. Okay, so I'm gonna use like a couple of endpoints, right? So let me just come over here. So one of the endpoints that I'm gonna use is this endpoint here. So this is gonna be a static, static, and then this is gonna be movies string. Alright, so that's the first one that I'm going to use. The second one is to get all the list of TV shows. So this is the endpoint, static, and you'll know why. Okay, this is TV. Okay, let me just do this, movies, right? And then let me just say TV shows, right, which is going to be a string of that. Okay, awesome. And then for my actual details, right? So for my actual details, so it's like static movie. So this is movie by ID. So it's getting a movie by ID. And for this, I'll probably need to have like an arrow function, right? So reason being is because over here I need to pass in a URL parameter, which is gonna be my movie ID. So I can say movie ID. So here I need to pass in a string, movie ID. That's gonna go in here. And this should be fine. Okay, no, I don't need that. Okay, awesome. So I might need to do the same thing for this get TV show by ID. So it's basically the same thing. So if I were to come right here and say TV, So if I say detail, I think TV show has its own details. So let me go here and go to details of a TV show. Let's see. Where is this? Okay, let me just say detail. So this is TV shows detail. The only thing that I'll need from there is specifically this. Right? Is that the one? Yes, this is the series ID that I need to pass in. So this is gonna be TV, basically TV. And then, so if I go to endpoints, can pass in TV, right? And this can be series ID. Then I can just use the series ID. So this is TV show by ID. So it's getting TV show by ID. And then for getting all, I'll just use the trends, right? Trending or trends. And for trends, what I'll need to use over there is come back here and I'll just say trending. I'll just use all. This is coming from trending. And over here, I'll just use this endpoint. Just strictly like this, basically. So, sorry, my bad. I think I've copied that. So if I come here, this is a string. Yeah, so basically this is what I'll need. And now I can go ahead and ng-serve. So in here I've got my generic HTTP service. So I can just say base URL here for now. So I can just use this base URL. So alternatively, what you'd want to do is within here, your environments, right? Probably this would be maybe, let's say this is the environment for your production and development. And let's say your production URL is pointing to another base URL and your dev is pointing to another one. So you probably want to add them here instead of having the base URL in this generic service class. But for now, this isn't a train smash. So awesome. So what I'll need to have is a get. So this is going to be a HTTP get method. So I'll just need this HTTP get. Okay. HTTP post. Nope. I think I'm just going to be using get calls, right? So and then I'll need to have like a HTTP client, right? And for my HTTP client, I'll use HTTP client module. No, I'll use HTTP client. And then here I'll just return this .http. Actually, yeah, HTTP client's fine. Can use get. And then over here, I'll have this. Then it's basically my base URL / also I didn't need a / there. So base URL / and then my actual URL that I'm going to be passing here, which is like for my endpoints, right? So I'll pass in like an endpoint over here. So I'll need this. And basically this is what we need. So we have like a couple of errors that we're facing, right? So one, if we want to clear the one issue, we can go to our actual, so let's close everything, go to our home TS folder, right? We can go ahead and import our movie card, right? And then we probably then have like another issue, and we'll just make this an empty string for now so that everything works, right? So what do we want to do, right? So on init of our actual, so let's do this on init. Okay, awesome. So on init, we want to implement an onG init, right? And what this would basically do is it'll run a service, right? So here we'll have like a constructor over here. So with our constructor, we'll have like our generic HTTP service, which is our generic HTTP. So it's generic HTTP service. So the moment we save this, we should be facing a couple of issues, right? I think so. I'd like to think so. If we're actually using it, right? So let me just see my console for now. Yes, we're actually facing like an issue, which is this HTTP client, right? And the reason why we're facing this is because we need to import. Can we import here? Let me see. So we'll need to provide. Let me see. Let's go to Angular. I know we need to import like our actual HTTP module, HTTP client Angular. So when we use our HTTP client, I want to see what they actually have in their actual documentation, right? So for our actual HTTP client, so I know that we're importing this guy. So okay, we can go ahead and just import this HTTP client, right? Like that. Okay, so now that we've actually imported like our HTTP client, we are also facing another issue, right? So in our config, let's see, can we have like a generic, let's see, generic HTTP service? Nope. So we might need to provide our actual generic HTTP service. So within here, nope, this guy here, we would probably also need to provide, for providers, we would need this generic HTTP service. Okay, awesome. So now we've actually removed all of our issues. So now we can just go ahead and say generic get HTTP service, and then we're going to be using this endpoints.trends, right? And for this, we'll need to subscribe. Okay, so awesome, interesting. So we'll need to subscribe to that. We'll have like our specific errors. So let's type any. So this will be console.error, the error that we're facing, and then we can just console.log our specific result. Okay, so now if we go ahead and have results, we see this. Okay, awesome. So, but there is another way to actually solve this, okay? Because I think that implementation is deprecated. So we can use this next, right? Arrow function. So for arrow function, okay, we'll have like our actual results, and then we can have error, which is then gonna have an arrow function of type error any. Okay, awesome. Then console.error is equal to that, and that should basically do the trick for us. So now let's see what actually happens. So now I can go ahead and just console.log my results, and I should actually get this, right? So I'm getting an issue, right? So the reason why I'm facing that issue is because I'm not authorized. I need to pass in like an auth token, right? So the auth token, I need to pass it from here. But because we don't have like many HTTP requests that methods that we're using within this application, we don't need to go into the extent of actually trying to add like a JWT interceptor. So I'm just not going to go through that struggle. So for now, what I'll just do is add like my headers. Okay, I'll add my headers, and then this is my authorization header, right? And this is going to be our bearer. Okay, I'll need this guy so I can actually pass in my bearer token. So over here I can use in my environments dot token, right? So this will pass in my bearer token, and now you will see that I'll actually get some results, right? So this is actually something that's good. So we know that we had mentioned that we want our application to be strongly typed, but if we're using this implementation over here, our actual results won't be necessarily let me see, wait, let me see something, right? Say now we had this, right? And let's copy this object, and let's say JSON to TS. So we can use this guy, which is JSON to TS. And then if we go back here, we can just copy this object, come here, and this should do this. This should actually help us out with easing off our load, right? So, okay, now we can go to our actual interface, create here a folder, and we'll just say our models, right? Models, and then we'll just say results. Nope. So we'll just say this is our data dot interface like response dot ts, right? So we'll just export this guy. Do we need that? Let me think. Nope. Let me rather say this is our trends interface, right? This is our trends interface. So trends, maybe our trends, right? And then maybe this would be our trends results, right? Interface trends results. Okay, maybe this would be our trends data. I want to see something, right? So we're going to have a trends data and our trends results. And within our trends results, we probably want to just add this in here, right? So we can have this guy and that, right? So let's see what happens if I say this is of type trends data. Okay, this would actually complain, right? But if we use this guy and we imported that like that, let's see what the issue would be, right? So it says it's complaining because of what? Oh, because okay. Let's say this was type any. Let me see. Any. I just want to see if it's actually gonna solve like our issues. So this is trends. Okay. And then awesome. That's fine, right? Because we want to have like our data that's actually strongly typed, right? So that we can just say trends, right? Results, put that, and actually just get the results instead of us, you know. So now that we have that, we would want to now go ahead and actually build out these cards over here, right? So we know we're going to pass in this guy, and in my actual here, I'll just say movies, or just say elements. I'll just call this elements instead of movies, right? Or let me just say movies. Movie cards, right? Okay, awesome. So now that we have that, that's going to be of type movie card config, which is an array of that. Okay, awesome. So we know that we have this. So how we're gonna do this is we're gonna say movies cards. We want to map the data that we have to our actual array over here, right? So we need to manipulate this data. So how we can do this in an easy way is we can use react.results, right? And then we can just map through these results. We know this is an element of trends item. Oh, no, it's trends result, right? And then this is going to use an arrow function. Okay, awesome. So in here, we just want to return anything as the type of this as would be movie card, right? So now we can manipulate stuff, right? So we need an image. We know that we need an image. Okay, let's say I want to remove this. Let's see, right? Let's just remove this. Let's see, does it complain with something? Okay, now let's just say as movie that. Okay, now we know that it's not complaining, but we know that we need to fix some stuff. Okay, awesome. So how do we go about doing that, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we know that we have to have like a base URL for our actual images, right? So in our actual endpoints, we can have like a static image base URL, which is going to be of type string. Alrighty, so now if we add that in our endpoints, we remember here in our test component. So if we go back here in our actual test component, we had the image that was actually rendering over here, right? So what do we need for this? We probably just need this first base URL. So what are we gonna use there? So in our that guy, we're gonna have something like that, right? Okay, awesome. So for my actual image, what I'm gonna then use is endpoints dot image base URL. Then I'm gonna plus this plus something, right? So this endpoint, what they normally do is if we come here to our actual test, you'll see that we had this base URL, but we've got this weight over here, right? Which is W this. This could be any number, right? So I reckon under the hood, when they render this image, they run like maybe a GraphQL that resizes that image using this parameter. So for this one, what we're going to use is we're going to say / right, that parameter, and then / our actual image icon. So this is going to be for this, what are we going to use? So we're going to use let's see which one. We're going to use the backdrop path. I thought there was another image. Okay, but so because it already has a / we don't need that / we can just use the backdrop and save. Then now if we go ahead and actually say movies name, so we can say item.name, I think, or original name or name. Let's see which one we would want to use. So where's the name? So do we have the name here? I don't think we've got the name, but we've got the original title. I think we need the original title. So this should be fine. Original title should be fine, and I think that's it that we need. Let me just check. So we've got that and the rating. Sorry, my bad. So we also need to show the rating. So the rating is this vote average. So if we go back here, over here, and say rate, this is gonna be our vote average. So it's item.vote average. And yeah, that's basically what we need. So here now we can go ahead and use the movies card, and then instead of that we can just pass in the item. Awesome. So now we see that we actually have like our movies card, but there's actually something we didn't add in this component, which is actually that top icon that we had over there. So how do we do that? So we can come here and add this rate chip over here, and then within our rate chip we'll add in our rate, and this rate is gonna come from our config rate, which is coming from that interface, that movie card interface. And then for our placeholder decimals, right, which is also gonna be binded like that. So what we need to pass in here is 2, because we want it set up to 2 decimal places. So now, because we've imported this, we need to save this file. And if we were to reload, we see that that component is being rendered over there, right? So, but we want to go ahead and actually see what's the padding, right? So if we do this guy, inspect that component, we can say that's 9 and 8 pixels. So if we come here, over here, and we have our padding, so we'll just say padding of that image, we'll just say 9 pixels and 8 pixels top and right. So let's see what we actually have. So that should be spaced out correctly. So now you see that we have all our actual movies showing nicely. Awesome. So let's go to our home page again. So now this is a time where we actually try to style our stuff. Okay, because this is not looking all good. So let's go ahead and actually try to style these, right? So we'll need this guy over here. Maybe we would want to import our themes. So themes. So maybe theme. Awesome. So this would be, we might not need, okay, no, we might need, so display flex, right? So if we display flex, it renders it horizontally. You want to fix that, and then we'll just say flex direction set up to column, right? And then we have like a home content section. This is display flex as well, display flex, and then it's flex direction as well, flex direction. Okay, flex direction, why am I saying that? Flex direction is set up to so the flex direction is set up to column as well, so that should be fine. Row gap wanna set up, let's see, right? Okay, we can't do that, right? So we want to set up our row gap to be 24 pixels. So our row gap will be 24 pixels. So that will space out everything in here to 24 pixels. But we know that over here we would want to have maybe an info container, or let's just say title container. Awesome. So for our actual title container, have this, right? So the only things that we're gonna space out is just those stuff over there. And then maybe underneath the search bar, I would wanna say segmented control section. So this would be app segmented control. So here we'll pass in a config, and this config would be the same as what we've passed in here in our actual test. Okay, awesome. Let's see what we have. Right, so this, we'll need to import that guy, and then here we'll need to say segments, and we should have what we need. Okay, awesome. Now what we need to say is, since we've set it up to column, now instead of justify content, because now it's orientated vertically, so to center stuff we'll need to say align items instead of justify content to center, and this will center it out. And maybe we might want a width of 80 pixels so that everything aligns to our actual nav bar. So this isn't quite bad at all, right? Okay, awesome. So we know that we have that content over there. What do we want to change? Let's come here and actually set the stylings for these. Okay, so now, so our mini title, so I know in the graph title container, and then we'll have mini title. So my mini title, I'll have like a color which is set up to that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go ahead and like create the themes and stuff, so I'll just use the actual colors, right, and the fonts. So font size will be set up to 16 pixels, so this is fine. Okay, awesome. Okay, so we also have like this title over here. This is gonna be set up to this guy. I'm not sure if maybe in the themes I already have this color used. Nope, I don't. So if I don't, I'll just add that color as is. I think it would be quicker for me, so I'll just say font size. My font size will be 63 or 64 pixels, so that should be fine. Font weight will be set out to bold. Maybe my margins for this would be 0 pixels. Maybe my margins for these would be 0 pixels. So now, let's see how it looks, right? So this isn't looking bad at all. Let's see why. So I've set up my margins to 0, but it's actually not doing anything. Why? So, oh, I said this is mini instead of min. So let's go ahead and see now. Okay, this is all fine. It's showing all good. Then in here, I'll have like maybe a span. And okay, wait, maybe I'll have a span. And then my span over here will have movies card dot length. Okay, awesome. But what I'm gonna use for that is probably, let's see what I can use. Okay, so what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna say maybe the font size will be set up to like 40 pixels. Is that bad? Nope, 20 pixels. I know it's not the best UI for that, but maybe I'd want to decrease this to That's 50 and 20 pixels. I think this is quite okay, right? So now we have the count of the movies and what we're actually showing. So let me see, what else do I wanna do? So I've got these sections that I have over here. So let's go back to my application. Let me close these tabs that I don't need for now. So let's see. So this is what I currently have. So we've got this section that maybe I might need a padding top for my, so padding top, maybe this would be set up to 80 pixels. I don't know. This isn't bad at all. Okay, awesome. So we also want to have a section over here. So this section would be for my actual movies. So this will be display flex wrap, set up to wrap, and then column. So for my width, right? So I'll just have this guy, and then I'll just say movie card. So movie card. Just make sure you don't use like classes like card, because it's a reserved word in Bootstrap. So you might find some funny looking UI if you use card, right? Okay, so my width for this would be calculate. Let me see. So I'll just say calculate 100% divided by 3. Is that all good for me? So this is flex wrap, then it's justify. Okay, nope, save. Let's come here, save. Nope, come here, save. Okay, this should show 3 cards for now, right? But I probably also want to have like maybe a min. Let me see. So I might want to have maybe a minimum of 411 pixels. Let me see how this one would look, because I don't want to totally make this responsive on this video. Okay, nope, it's fine, because I'm not focusing on responsiveness in this video. 3 cards are fine. So what I can now do is justify content to space between, because if I were to add like some sort of like responsiveness, then I'll need to add in some media queries, or someone else would argue that why didn't I use like Bootstrap's like a grid system. So I just don't want to go through that hustle for now. It's fine like this. So maybe let's just set this to 300 pixels as the minimum. Okay, that's fine. Then if we was to go to a bigger screen, it should show 3. Okay, interesting. So on a bigger screen, it's actually looking all weird. So, but it's fine, it's fine. I think I can work out with this UI, because I'm not focusing on any responsiveness. So I'm pretty happy with that UI. So okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and actually see something else. So if we was to do this, set it out to this guy, right? We probably, let me see. I think this is fine. I think this is fine with me. Okay, maybe I might want to say a width of maybe, let's say 80%. Let's see how it would look like if it was 80% on bigger screens. Okay, interesting. I don't think that's all good. Yeah, let's not focus on responsiveness, because it's just gonna waste some time. Okay, awesome. I feel like this UI is pretty cool, right? So if we go to bigger screens, I feel like this is a pretty cool UI to have. Okay, but we have like a couple of issues, right? Uh, let's see. Let's see if I were to use original. So the original name, some of them don't have the original name. Let's actually see what we have in the trends. That okay. So let's see. So the title is sometimes nullable. The name is sometimes nullable. Original title is also sometimes nullable, which is funny. It's actually funny that some of the titles are nullable. Okay, so this is what I'm actually gonna do, right? For the homepage, I'll just try being funny. So I'll just come here, right, and actually filter this, right? So I'll just filter an item and just say arrow function, and then only items which have an original, yeah, which have a movie. Yes, so that we don't have funny looking stuff, right? Okay, so that's fine. I'm all kind of satisfied with that. So what's the next thing that I'd want to do? So some of the cards are not actually equal. So you'll see over here we don't have like a proper gap between these stuff. So how do we go about fixing that? So if we go back to the homepage CSS, we would say the gap is set up to 24 pixels, right? So if I set it up to 24 pixels, I need to say minus 24 pixels over here. Okay, this is the gap. So this will be the row and column gap. So everything is showing quite properly now, right? So now we've got our actual movies and everything, right? So let's see. So sometimes you'll notice that if you really have large, let me do this, right? So you can see it properly. So say for instance, I were to inspect this guy over here and change this to this. Just a very long name, you'll see. So you'll see that the cards won't necessarily be equal, right? And how you go about solving this issue is we would want to come here and say align. So it says align south to stretch, right? So I think now if we go ahead and do something like this, right, it should still show everything properly, right? Okay, awesome. Let's see now. If we go to the movies and actually see the text, you might want to say text wrap to wrap, so that the text wraps. So if we have something like this, this should solve that issue of text wrapping up. Let's see. Maybe it's because of the width. Width of this is set up to 100%. Let's see, box sizing, border box. Yeah, there should be a way to actually solve this issue, right? Yeah, there should be a way that's actually gonna solve this issue, but for now I'm just not gonna focus on that. That's fine. Let's move on to something different, right? Because we've already have this, but we can see that these cards are not necessarily, doesn't show that they're clickable, right? So let me just decrease this and come here and set up that the cursor pointer is set to cursor. Alrighty, so now if I go ahead and actually see this, you'll see that everything is looking bit proper. I actually like this. Okay, awesome. So when a user actually clicks on a specific item, it should send them to that what do you call this? It should send them to that specific movie, right? So with that being said, let's go to this. It's not movie, but it's trends item, right? And with the trends item, we might want to see something here. Original title, name, first A, right? So if we don't have a first A, we'll assume that this is a movie. But if A is not null, we'll just assume that it's a TV show, right? So how we go about doing that is, okay, we know that we want to make this clickable, right? So the first thing that we would want to do over here is say, when we click on this guy, when we click on this, nope, let me fix. So when we click on this, this will say open show, right? I'll just call it that. Interesting. So when we click on this, we want to do something, right? So we want to call in this function, but we want to emit like an action to our actual parent component. So how we do this is we'll use this output. So we'll need to import this Angular core, and then we'll just say what are we gonna call this? On click. So this is gonna call an on click event. Do we want that? Let me think. Because it would be easier to actually set up our on click in this interface, right? So let's just say on click here. Let's just use an on click here, and this is gonna be set out to an arrow function, right, which returns like any, right? So this is nullable, and basically what we would want to do is come here, so movie card. So in my movie card, when I actually, so I'd probably not even need this. So I'd want to check if config dot on click is not null, right? Then I'll just call in this config to config dot on click function, else just have a null. Right, so now if we go ahead and do this, let's see what the issue is, right? Where is the issue now? This is coming from my test. So if we go to test, what line is this that it's complaining about? So line what is this complaining about? Line 37. So if I were to remove line 37 and close this guy, would it still come? Oh, okay. But I said this is a nullable. Oh, I made a mistake. Interesting. So now if I go ahead to this guy over here and save, I removed all of those issues. Okay, now this is what's gonna happen, right? So the moment we actually click on this button, yeah, so the moment I actually click on this, I want it to actually emit something. So how I'm actually gonna do that is I might not even need that emitter. So let me just save this, go to my home page, right? And then basically where I actually did this object, I can have like an on-click event, and this should take in like an arrow function, and an arrow function which is just gonna execute this function when I click that, right? So when I say click, I can just show you the item that I'm currently on. So if I now inspect, you should see on my console that when I click on this button, it should show you whatever item that you're actually clicking on. So if I were to remove this, it will show you the current, this would be like the current movie that you actually clicked on. So what I want to do right now is something, right? I want to route to a specific page based on where I've actually like clicked to. So for implementing routes, I'll just say private routes. Let me think. So when I click on this page, I want it to go to another page, right, which will show the details of that specific interesting. Okay, we can do this. So what we're gonna need for that is, we'll just say a router. We'll use router, and this will have this guy, right, which is our actual router that we actually importing. And then here we'll just go to cd out, cd into our pages, and then ng generate our details page, because when we click on a specific item, it should go to the details page, right? Yes, so it should go to that details page. So how are we gonna go about doing that? So we'll have this details page. Oh, so it's ng generate component. So this is gonna go to our details page, and then if we go to our actual routes over here, so we might want to create like two parts, right? So the one would be for TV shows, and then we'll just say /ID, right? So this is going to be the ID of the, or we can just say series ID, right? That's the path, and the component that we're going to go to is that details component. So it's going to be a detail component. Awesome. So once we're in that detail component, that's for TV show, and we're just going to use the same component also for the movie. So this is going to be movie, right? And that details page for that movie. So that's fine. Awesome. So what are we going to do? So now let's just go ahead and actually serve this. And let's perform that logic I was talking about here, right? So we said over here, if my item dot first air date, if this exists, then we can assume that it's gonna be a TV show, right? Because this says when it was first on air, right? So this will go to TV shows, and then / nope, I might need to do this guy. So this is gonna go to TV shows / and then would want to pass it an ID. So let's see, this is the ID that I'm going to pass it, right? So this is going to be item.id. Interesting. Okay, so else, if it's not that, then it's just going to go to the movie /ID, right? So now what's going to happen is when I click on this button, it's basically not routing to that page. Why? So we might be asking ourselves why it's not doing that. Let's save. What's the issue? So we've got TV shows. Let's see. TV shows. So if, oh no, sorry, my bad. I know what's the issue. Okay, so now if I click on this guy, it should go to that movies page. And if I were to go back, I think I also need to have a clickable on this logo so that when I click this logo, it should go to the home page. So I can just do that now. So if I come here, I should have like some sort of like a clickable state. Home page. Or you can just say redirect to home, which is just going to be a method that I'm going to have in here. So for this method, I'm going to have like a router. So this is going to have like a constructor. So I need a constructor and inject my router. So it's router, which is our router, Angular router. Okay, interesting. So I can just go to an empty path. So when I click on that, I can just say router.navigate, navigate by URL, but that will just navigate to an empty path. So if I'm on the detail and I click on that, that should go to the empty path. And then on the logo, I would need a cursor pointer that's going to show that this page is actually clickable. So now I can go to the details page, and when I click back, it's actually going to go back to the home page. So we kind of have something, right? I actually love this. I don't know. So what else do we want to do, right? We also want to create that page, which is going to be for our actual details page. But first and foremost, let's first create everything that we need in our home page, right? So currently I have a segmented control, but when I click on these segmented controls, it doesn't necessarily do anything, right? And that's something that I'd wanna fix up. So how do I go about doing that? So how you go about fixing this is I'll go to my home page, right? Go to my segmented control, and I need to have like some sort of listener, right? So on click of this segmented control, I want it to emit like some sort of like a button. So I'm not going to use an output emitter or something like that. I'm just going to use this on click function, which is going to be passed in my actual interface, right? And this is going to be just of type any. And what I want to do is I want to set it to nullable, right? Okay, so now we can go to my home page. So if I were to go to my home page and actually now come here and say on click, I'll pass in an arrow function, then now I can actually change the title, right? So now the title can equal to item.name, right? So this should be okay. Wait. Okay, instead of that, I'll just use in this name, right? So I'll just use that name. That's fine. Or let me see, right? So let me see, right? So when I click the segmented control, the only thing I want to set the active state and just change the title, right? So I can just go ahead and on init over here. I can say this dot, because then I just want to do it for everything, right? So I say this dot segments dot map the item of those segments, which is just segmented control config. That's the type. Then I can just say item.on that's going to be equal to an arrow function, right? And then I can now say the title, which is the title that I'm setting over here, is now equal to this dot, let me see. So this, no, it's actually item dot name, right? So now you can see something. So the moment I click on this, it has that. Okay, there's an issue we're facing over here, right? So we are clicking on this guy, but nothing is actually changing here on this title, although we are actually rendering this, right? So we'll need an ngIf over here, which is gonna monitor this title. So if anything changes on that ngIf, it's gonna re-render this. So the moment I click on this now, okay, what's actually going on? Let me see, console.log, title, it's a title. Let's see, this dot title. Let's see what happens, right? So if I click on this guy, oh, I know what's the issue. So I've added this method, but it's not actually emitting. So there's no trigger that's happening in my segmented control, right? So the issue that I was facing over here is I'll need to go back to my segmented control over here and have like an on-click event. So when I click this button, I want to have a ternary operation. So what is this, right? Instead of writing if this, then that, else, then you can just do this in one line, right? So how I do this is I'll have an config, and then I'll say if I have an on, okay, so segmented control, then I want to have something like this, right? So if this dot this, if this exists, right, we'll have, so if my config, right, because this is nullable, right, it's a nullable object. Well, not a nullable object, sorry, my bad, that wasn't supposed to go there, this is supposed to come here, right? So let's do this. So this is setting it to the active state. So what we want to do is something like this, right? So if config dot, no, sorry, my bad. So if segment dot on click, so if this exists, right, then we just want to go ahead and actually, fire that method, right? So we'll just then say this dot segment, no, we'll just say segment dot on click, and we'll just run that function. So what will happen is now when I click this, you'll see that there's something actually happening. So hence you can see this title is actually changing, right? But we actually then also want to do something else. And what is that? So let's now go ahead and actually do something, right? So for my segmented control, I think this is fine for now. And then let's go to the home page over here. So I'll go to this home page, and instead of this method, okay, wait. So this is fine. So let's just do this guy. So I'll have something of this sort, right? I'll say get TV shows. I know this is just gonna be a lot of code, but if you like, you can make it a bit easier for yourself, right? So we know that we're gonna map on this guy, right? But now we're not gonna be using trends, right? So we'll just say get all trending. Yes, for trending we might want to pass in this guy, get all trending. So instead of this guy over here, this dot we'll use a get all trending function over here. So it'll get all trending function. And then what else do we then want to do? So if we were to close this, let me just increase this guy, and then also increase this a bit. So I hope you're still following, right? So we want to have an endpoint for TV shows, right? We want to also have for movies, all movies. Get movies. And then what I actually want to do is here I'll call the movies guy, and here I'll call the TV shows. So all TV shows. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and actually see this in action. So if I want to test this endpoint, I've already tied all the stuff that's needed in there. I'll just need to see, right? Let's see. I reckon it uses the same stuff. So we've got movie title instead of movie name. Interesting. Okay. So we can just do something like this. So we can just come here, copy this, and use a JSON to TS. Come here. Okay, sorry, my bad. Paste this guy. Then if we was to open this, okay. Nope. So if we were to use this guy, it's almost like the same object that we use on the other side, right? So, but anyways, it's fine. I think I would cope with actually creating the separate interfaces. So let's go to my actual models over here. So in my models, I'll say movies dot interface dot ts, and then I'll just paste this, right? So this would be movie. So this is movies data, and this is movie results. So this is movie results and movie data, right? So now if I go ahead to my home page, instead of me under movies, so under movies, instead of me using this, I'll use movie data, and I'll use the movie results. So I know that I'm using this guy, and movies doesn't have like a first air. So I know that for movies, I'll just, when I click on any of the items, I'll then go to this guy. Okay, awesome. This is pretty cool, right? Okay, awesome. Now if I go back to my Postman, come here, right? So this would be using, then the next one that we're using is this endpoint over here. So I just want to test it out, which is called discover TV. If I were to come here, open this up, right, copy paste, I'll copy this guy and just go ahead and do this, minimize, go to my actual models. So in my models, I'll have tv.interface.ts, right? Paste this. This will call TV data, and this will be TV results. Pretty cool, isn't it? So that's the power of having everything typed. It's more code, yes, but it actually helps you get what you need, right? So we'll just say TV data, and we'll say TV results. That's basically what we need. So here we might need the name or original name. Okay, awesome. I think the issue that we was facing here, right, is some of them didn't have a title. So let me see something, right? Under trending, because I want to put in everything. So it's either that or that. Let's see. If it's either it's original or original name. Right, and then I just don't want to filter. Let me see if I've got more item as opposed to 15. Yes, I've got more items. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, awesome. Now that that is fine, so the moment I click on this, it's basically still not doing the correct HTTP calls, right? So how do I go about fixing this guy, right? So if I come here in my segmented control, I need to do some sort of like if check. So if my item dot name dot two lowercase, right? If this guy includes movie, I'll just say movie, right? If this guy includes movie, then this dot, it's gonna run the get movies function, right? Else if it includes let's see, else if it includes the TV, right? TV shows. Yeah, so else if it includes TV shows, then I run this dot TV shows, get TV shows endpoint, right? Then else, then this dot get trends endpoint. So basically this is what I'm going to be doing. So here was up, right? So if I click on this, it should run that HTTP request, and if I click on that, you should be seeing like a difference, right? So while you can still see that it's 2020, but if you were to pay attention to the names of it, you'll see that we're actually getting different results for whatever we're clicking. So we're seeing that we're getting somewhere. So the first page actually works, our segmented control actually works. So now we need to move on to a step whereby when we click on this, we actually view the details page. Alright coders, before we even go ahead and sort out like the details page, there's some couple of things that I just want to fix out. So basically the path, right, for going to TV show, since it's a details page, I'd named it as TV shows, so I just changed it to TV show and movie / movie ID. So now when you go to the home page, so when you go to this home page over here where you navigate by URL, you just need to make sure that on the movies, you're navigating to the movie. And then the same thing happens with TV show. When you're navigating to TV show, you should be using the correct path. So that's just it for that. And then maybe this would be the good time to actually sort out even all the pages that we might need. So we know that in the navigation, the moment we click on these buttons, we're basically not doing anything. We're not routing to any page. So what we'll need to do is probably have a view category page. So this will be like a view category page, which is going to be utilizing the same page for the for the movies and the TV shows. So nope, I basically created that in the wrong place. So I might want to move this guy to here. Okay, awesome. So now that we've got like the view categories, now what we would want to do is go to our actual routes and create that. So we're going to have 2 more routes. So the first route will go to all movies if you just want to show all your movies, and the second route will go to TV shows. So we're not gonna implement like pagination here, but the idea is that you can just view all your movies, and if you do wanna implement some pagination, you can. So now let's go ahead and actually serve this application. So what we'll need is we want to go to our actual nav bar and sort out like the navigation. So what is it that's going to happen, right? So over here in the nav bar, I've added like something which is when a user clicks on a specific page. So like for instance, this link over here, when they select, they'll come here, right? And then this will navigate to the specific path they want to go to, right? So say now they click here, this will go to movies, and if they click on this one, this will go to TV shows. And this path is coming from the path that we've actually set up here. I've also commented out the suggest me because we're not going to implement that page. So for now, you can remove it or comment it out, which is fine. Okay, so now moving forth to actually trying to implement the details page. So let's go to the detail page. So within the detail page, so detail component basically, within the detail component, let's just have an h2 tag that says see everything. Okay, so now we come here and then we're on this page. So what do we need in the details page? So we're going to implement something of this sort. So when we come over here, we're going to see this banner with an overlay and an image on the side together with all these nice descriptions. So how do we implement that? So I feel like I'm going to create like a component for that banner. So ng generate component, and the name of that component will be called detail. So this is a detail banner. So this is gonna, oh sorry, why do I keep on creating them on the wrong path? So this is app, right? I think it's somewhere out here. So this is a detail banner. The detail banner needs to go inside the component. I created it on the wrong path. Okay, so we can go ahead and now serve this application, and yeah. So what is it that we're gonna need in the details path? So we can come here, have a detail banner container. So let's just have a detail banner container. Okay, sorry, my bad. This has to be a class of detail banner container. Probably also will have like another class which is gonna be an overlay section. Okay, so this container over here will store like our image. So after inside here, we'll also have like a p tag, which is gonna have like some sort of something that's sort of similar to a breadcrumb, but we're not gonna use the breadcrumb because this is the only place where we have that specific like UI like this. So this is like sort of like a breadcrumb. Then underneath this over here, we'll have like a title, and yeah, we'll render some stuff. So I know we'd want to have like an ngIf, and then this is gonna check upon like the config. So let's see. So I'll put this in here. Now let's go ahead and actually try to implement this interface. So we'll have a detail. So we're gonna have a detail banner config. Detail banner config.interface.ts. Alright, so with the details banner config.ts, what we're gonna need is export interface, and then this is gonna be called a detail banner config. Okay, so what are we gonna need? A page name, which is of type string. We're gonna need a path, which is also type string, title, which is also gonna be a string, and an image, which is also gonna be a string. Awesome. That's basically what we need over there. So if we come over here in the detail banner component, we're gonna pass in a data into from our parent to our child component using a config. So this is gonna be a detail banner config. Okay, awesome. So now I'm gonna go ahead and save this. In here, I'm gonna have like a span, like 2 spans. So this is the first span, and then another span over here. Both of them are just gonna be separated by a /. So this first one will just basically have the name of the actual web app, which is gonna be a Mail Hiroko. I don't know how to say that word. And then over here we'll have like the actual type. So this is gonna be either it's movies or TV shows. So over here we'll just have a config dot page name. Then we're gonna have a clickable. So a click. This is open config dot path. Right. So this is for this. And then this first one will just route to the home page. So if we click this one, we're just gonna open an empty path. Okay, awesome. I know this is gonna crash, but we'll just need to just implement these functions. Okay, right, this is all good. Now let's go ahead and set up a link. We need a constructor, and within our constructor we need to like inject our router, which is from our Angular router. So we'll use our router.navigate by URL, which is just gonna open up the link that we want. So now if we open this application over here, so we should currently have that, and then so now we just want to set up our title. This will render out like our title. Now let's go ahead and actually try to implement some stylings. So for the stylings of this, we'll need this detail banner container. So width will be 100%, and this over here, right? So we'll have like our height as a fixed height of 480 pixels. We're gonna have our position relative, and we have a reasoning why we're setting up our position relative is so that when we make this absolute, it's absolute relative to its parent. So that's why we have the position relative. And since we're using a background image, we're setting the position of the background to center, The size, the background size is going to be cover, and background repeat is set to no repeat. The border radius will be 40 pixels. Okay, so we know that we're rendering an image here, so we'll need styles dot background image. So with this background image, we'll need this URL. So plus. Okay, so now we'll pass in our config.image over here. So this is fine. So if we go ahead and save this guy, we should have an image that's going to be rendered on that div. Okay, so what else do we need? So we need an overlay section. So this is going to be our .overlay section. So we're going to have a background of this color. We're then going to have like a backdrop filter. So our backdrop filter, will set this up to blur 24 pixels. It's a border radius. This is going to be 24 pixels. Our position will set it up to absolute, and we'll have like a padding around this container that we actually creating, so which is set up to 40 pixels. We'll have a margin left. So let's come over here. So we'll have a margin left of 74 pixels, which is just gonna push it up to the right a bit. The width of this container will be 70%, and we're gonna shift it minus 20 pixels to the bottom. So basically that's what we're gonna be doing there. Then let's go ahead and actually style our p tag. So the first p tag, which has a span, which is what we're basically trying to create over here, which is known as our actual breadcrumb that we're actually creating. So what we're going to do over there, we'll give it a color, and for the color we'll give it this hexadecimal color. Then the font size is going to be set up to 14 pixels. So it's 14 pixels, and our cursor is going to be set to pointer. Okay, awesome. Then we'll have like a title, and then for our title we'll have like a font size of 32 pixels, and we're gonna set the color to this hexadecimal. Okay, now that we've actually created that, let's go ahead and try to see how it looks. So what we'd want to do is go to our details page. So we know that we've created our detail component HTML. So this will be detail container. Okay, this is detail container, and then we have a detail content. Okay, awesome. Then in here we'll have like our detail banner. That's the one we just created now. So this was gonna have like our config that we're gonna pass it in there. Okay, awesome. So for us to get that data, we need to integrate with specific endpoints. So we've got like two endpoints that we're gonna use, which is the get movies by ID and the get TV shows by ID. So how do we go ahead and do that, right? So in our details page, we need to come in and create like a constructor. So in our constructor, we'll have an activated route. So we inject our activated route. So that's the first one. Okay. And then you'll see what this activated route will help us with. So let's just save and actually try it out. So if we say this dot activated route, we can use like a param map, which is an observable there, and we can subscribe to this param map and set up like the results for this param map. Okay, awesome. Now let's just try to console log what we're gonna see. So for param map, let's see what we have. So in our details page, if we console log, you'll see that when we open up the movie, we'll get this movie ID. In case you wonder where you're getting that from, is because you've actually added a parameter in your routes. So let's go to routes. This is where it's coming from. So if you had changed it to tech ID, it was going to be tech ID. And if you go back to the home page and open this TV shows and open this up, the parameter that you're going to have is series ID. So that's what we're going to use currently. So we're going to have like some sort of like an if check condition here that states that, okay, if the param map dot params dot movie ID, if this is true, we'll process some data in there. Else if, because we just don't want to have just a simple else, so else if we have like a series ID, then just execute whatever we're going to have in there. So the first method we're going to create is get movie by ID. So that's the method. This method will accept an ID. You can say ID or movie ID. Doesn't really matter. So, and then the next one will be get TV show by ID. Okay, awesome. So what is it that you're going to have in this method? So what you're going to have is this dot, we need generic HTTP service, and for us to utilize our generic HTTP service, we need to inject that. So generic HTTP service, let me just send this to the bottom so you guys can actually see the code. I know it's pretty much squashed. Okay, awesome. So this is generic HTTP service. Okay, the moment we have this generic HTTP service, we're gonna encounter like an error, and this is because of some no provider, right? HTTP client. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to provide this generic HTTP service, right? So the moment we provide that generic HTTP service, we still have like an issue, which is complaining about an HTTP client. And the reason why it's complaining is because we haven't actually imported like our actual HTTP client module. So once we've actually imported this HTTP client module, then it won't complain. Okay, so now we use a generic service that get, then we say endpoints dot this is the movie, so we'll use the movie by ID, but remember here we need to pass it that movie ID. So then we subscribe, we want to subscribe to it, and in here we have like a next arrow function, and then this is just gonna be an arrow function. Then we're gonna have like an error, sorry, so we'll have error, which is also gonna take in an arrow function of error, and this is just gonna say console error, and it's just gonna display our error there. And for now we'll just have this as any. So if we write our log, we should get like our data. So this is if it's a movie, we'll get this movie, and we'll just pass in this ID that we get there. So the same will happen for get TV shows. Instead of this guy, we'll pass it that. So now let's see. So if we open up movies, we'll get this. If we go to TV shows and we open up this, let's see what we actually get. So we don't have nothing at the moment because that method is empty. But if we say TV show by ID, right, and you shall see it's actually console logging this. Okay, so what do you want to do? So for TV shows, you'd want to copy this object, right? Go to your JSON .ts and then come here, do that. You'll paste this object and copy. So we already have like an interface for that. So for my actual interface, which is gonna be our TV details interface. So sorry, my bad. This is a model. TV detail.interface.ts. Okay, awesome. So we're just gonna go ahead and copy paste. Then we're also gonna create for movie detail.interface.ts. So we also have for movie detail. Okay, awesome. So let's just go ahead and close these out and open up our application. Okay, so moving back to our actual detail component. So what do we then want to do? So we want to create like our banner. So if we come over here, let's just put in some spacing. So we want to have like our banner config. So within our banner config, that's going to be of type detail banner config, right? And then we'll come over here and actually this banner config equals to that. So we know that we need an image, and for our image, we'll need to set up our actual endpoint dot image base URL, and then we'll say plus. We'll use these, and remember that we had mentioned when we created the home page that there's some sort of like image compression that they're probably doing under the hood. So instead of using this, I think width of 500, we'll use 1 to 80, and then we'll also just pass it from our results, our backdrop path. So if you want to see, you just check from this object. This is basically what we're using currently. Okay, awesome. So now moving to our page name. Our page name is going to be movies. Then our path, this is the path we're basically going to be going to. So we're going to our movies path, and then we have a title. And for our title, we're just going to use results dot original name or original title. So basically this is what we're going to need. And now I can go ahead and pass in this. Okay, interesting. So now that was for movies, and let's copy the same thing for the TV shows. I'll change this to TV shows, and then this is gonna be TV shows. So that's movies and TV shows. So let's see. So if I press TV shows, it should go to this route, right? Then if I go back, movies, click on movies, then it should be showing me this movies route. So okay, that's fine. So now if I go to my routes folder, so we see that oh no, I've been I passed okay, this is fine, that's fine, but the component that I actually passed is wrong. So I need to have a view category component for both. So now if I go ahead and actually save, you'll see that I've got a view category works. Okay, this is still looking all proper. So let's go back to our actual details page. If I come here, open up this details page, I can see that I've got stuff looking all good. Okay, awesome. So what do we want to also do? We want to have like our details page, details container. So we're gonna have like some sort of like stylings that we're gonna use. So I'll just paste them and explain. So the width is set up to 100% flex. We're gonna set it to display flex, but we then gonna also try to change the orientation of the display flex, right? So, and this is gonna be set up to display, the flex direction is gonna be set up to column. And then let's just come here. So this is detail container. So if I were to just paste this is the details container. So let's open up this page and see what it's actually complaining about. Okay, so the moment we just opened that, it actually crashed our stuff, right? So it could be potentially because we don't have like our detail content yet. Okay, we need to also just try to style this. Okay, so the flex is set to column, and for us to set it up in the middle, we need to say align items instead of justify content because we've changed the orientations to be vertically. And then the height is going to be set up to 100%. Okay, so what do we need over here? We need to set a width. Our width is 80%. We'll set a margin bottom, which is just going to be giving it some room space at the bottom to be 62% and our height to be 100%. So now this should be back to a normal state. Okay, so what is the next thing that we would want to do? So now that we already have our actual, what do you call this called? Now we already have like our banner. The next thing that we'll create is this section over here. So let me just close. So the section that we're going to create over here is this section. So we're going to have like an image section. So we're going to have this image, and we're also going to have this section with the information. So how do we go about doing that? So what we do is we'll call this our detail section. So we'll call this our details section, right? And then within our details section, we know that we're gonna have like our image section. And I have our image section, which is the one that's gonna show on the right. And then we're gonna have our info section. So our info section is what's gonna show on the left hand side. Then we'll have like a span with a title. This is for this title. So we're also gonna have a span with our overview. So this is our overview is gonna be our description. So and then below that we're gonna use our rate chip. So we're gonna use our rate chip, which is then gonna show underneath that. Then we want to also have a separate box. So this separate box is just going to be responsible for rendering the content that's going to be here at the bottom. So, okay, awesome. So with this, we'll need like some sort of like a for loop. So let's do this. So let's say this is going to be a for loop. right? Although this is gonna crash for now, then we know that it's gonna have like some sort of like boxes in there, and then within the boxes we'll have like a span for our box title. So it's the box title. So this is just for this text, and box description. Okay, that description is going to be for the text at the bottom. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead and actually create this. So we'll need an if statement, which is going to be our config, right? So we'll need a config for this. So just remove this, put it in here. So this is for our actual details config. Okay, awesome. So let's give it some space. So this is going to be our config, and then for our config we'll have detail config. All right, so now we'll go to our actual interface. Here we'll just have a detail config dot interface dot ts. So now this is going to be export interface, which is detail config. Nope, I made a mistake over there. I think I need to go back to my details page. So I need to detail config instead of a detail banner. Okay, awesome. Now if I go back to here, paste this guy, and now let's go ahead and actually see what is it that I'm going to add in my details config. So in my detail config, I'm going to need like an image, which is the image that's going to show on the left, a subtitle. So this subtitle is what I'm going to show here. So it's subtitle. So it's subtitle. It's nullable because I believe for movies we don't have that tagline. So we're gonna have like a rate. So the rate is just gonna be what we're gonna show there. Detail. So we're just gonna have is vertical, which is just gonna be a boolean. That's gonna be the orientation if we wanna show it to be like horizontal or just vertically. Okay, then we're just gonna have detail cards. So this is obviously gonna be of type detail card. Then export interface detail card. Okay, for the card we're gonna need a title and a description. So we're then gonna need a title and a description for that. So if I go down here, now I just need to import. Okay, awesome. Now that we've actually sorted that out, now let's go ahead and actually go to our actual details page and fill in the stuff we need. Okay, awesome. So title, we'll need a config dot subtitle, and this is only going to show if we have that, right? So if config dot subtitle exists, because sometimes we're not going to have like that subtitle. Okay, so config dot description, nope, config dot, we need like some sort of like a description. Did I not add? Okay, sorry, my bad. So I need to add a description which is of type string. So I'll add a description over there. I'll add a rate, which is going to be of type config.rate, and then placeholder decimal, that's going to be set up to 3. So that's just okay. This is set up to a number, not a string. Okay, awesome. This is still fine for now. So if we check out like our actual application and we try to reload, so now let's reload. So if we go to this page, okay, we see that we're not yet seeing any information, and that's because we actually haven't passed in like our actual config data. So let's go ahead and actually do that now so that we can start seeing stuff. Okay, so we'll need to pass in like our config. So we know we need an image, and for our image we might need this image base URL plus in these backslashes double w500 and then res.poster image. Okay, for our subtitle we'll have res.tagline. Awesome. For our description we'll have res.overview. For our rate we'll have results.votes average. Our orientation, this is for movie, right? So for movies our orientation is going to be set up to vertical, so it's going to be true. And then detail cards, we're just going to have like a couple. Okay, so we're gonna show the title. So it's gonna be title. So it's gonna be type. The title is gonna be type, and the description. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see over here. We're gonna have like a description, and for our description, for our title, we'll just say our description is movie. Awesome. That's the type, right? Okay, let's go ahead and copy, paste. Okay, we're gonna have like a release date. We're gonna show the release date. So this endpoint gives us the release date, so results.release underscore date. We're gonna have a run time. This is coming from results dot runtime. Okay, awesome. And we're also gonna show like our genres, and that's coming in from results, right? So our genres is actually gonna be a comma separated thing. And how we go about doing that is we'll console results. Actually, this is going to be set up to an empty string, and then we'll say this dot, so we'll just say results that we get. Oh, sorry, my bad. I have it as any, so this needs to be a movie detail data. So this dot genres dot map, because we want it to be strongly typed. So this is going to be of type item and genre. So this should come from this guy, and then we'll say result, our result, and then we'll concatenate this guy with item.name. Okay, and then plus. So when we plus this, we want to do something that's smart, right? Because we're trying to comma separate our stuff. So let's just do this, a space, and then we'll pass in a plus, right? So we're trying to do a comma separated comma separates our actual genres. So how we do this is, I think there's like a function that you can use that should potentially do this quicker for you, right? It's just that I actually forgot what it is. So, but we'll just do it the hard way. So you'll have an index. Let's just say this, call it an index. So if my index is equal, right? So if my index is equal to the results dot genres dot length minus 1, right? So if my index is equal to this guy, right? So when I reach the end of the array, I don't want to pass it anything, right? So it's just an empty string, but else I want to give it like a comma, because I want to comma separate my data, right? So this should do the trick for me. Let's see. What is this complaining about? So this says, what's the issue? Oh, this is results. Okay, shop. Instead of me calling it that, so I need to say now this guy needs to be of type toString. And yeah, awesome. So now I know that I've actually now returned that, right? So if I go now to the details page, I should be able to use config dot this guy, right? And then now I can say item dot title. It's gonna go there. Then I also have an item dot description. So it's item dot description. That's gonna go there. Okay, interesting. So this is all good. The description. Awesome stuff. So let's go ahead and actually try to style our everything. So we know that we've got a details section, right? And over here we need to pass it that image. So styles.background image. So we'll just say URL, right? So we'll just say background image. That's okay. Close it. Pa. So this is gonna be config.image. Awesome stuff. So now we know that we are gonna be passing it like an image in there. So within this guy, needs something of the sort. So we're gonna set up like the display to flex so that everything is lined up horizontally. We're gonna have like a minimum. Okay, let's see. So we set the display to flex. We set the width to 100% so that it fills up everything. And then we're gonna set up the margin top to 180. The column gap is 80, and then text wrap, okay, and margin bottom is this. So we don't want to set the height for this guy. Then let's go ahead and actually now set the stylings for the image section. Okay, so this is the part for the image section. So this is also a class. Okay, let's see. So for the image section, what we're gonna do is we want it to cover up 40% of this width, right? So this is, since this is gonna be 100%, and then we wanna get a border radius of 25 pixels, right? We wanna set up a minimum width of it to be 400 pixels so that it will be like a bit of responsive. So when you actually try to close it up and it reaches this minimum width, it will try to push the content to the bottom. And then we have a minimum height of 500 pixels. That's for the image. Background size is going to be cover, position, center, and no repeat. So now let's see what we have. So now you can actually see that we actually have this image. So let's also set up like a row gap here to 24 pixels. Just want to see something. So if the content is pushed to the bottom, then we're just going to set up that row gap. Okay, so now we want to set up our stylings for our info section. So for our info section, we'll also do the same thing. So you see over here, we've got this guy is going to be set up to flex, and then we're gonna just change the orientation to be this. The flex direction will be set up to column, and then we're just gonna give it some row gaps between, which is gonna be 24 pixels. And then another thing that we want to do is we want this section to take up the rest of the space, the maximum space that's available. So what's going to happen is, since this image is going to take 40% of the space, plus we're also going to have like a column gap of 80, but then the rest, the space that's left, we want that we want this info section to take that space. So how do we do that? So we say flex, display flex, the orientation is column to set it vertically, row gap is 24, and to take up the rest of the space, you'll just use flex 1. So now if we go ahead and come here, you should be seeing a bit of a difference, right? Okay, awesome. So, okay, now we'll also just go ahead. So for the title, we're gonna have like our title. We already have the title here and this overview, right? So won't get deep into it. So this is the size, the color, and the font weight. The font weight is set up to bold. This is the size for the overview, and this is the color for that overview. So hence you see the styling kind of changed. So now let's go ahead and actually implement the actual stylings for the separate box. So the separate box will be this section over here. So how are we gonna go about doing that? So we're gonna have a display flex to display our stuff like horizontally, flex wrap so that it wraps. Then we're gonna have like a justify content, which is gonna be set to space between, and yeah, basically that's what we're gonna have for that section. The important part is here, right? So if you say your display flex and you're wrapping it, so we want this orientation to be a 2-column, right? Flex grid. So how we go about that, we'll just set up a width. So we set up a width, and then we say we try to calculate 100% divided by 2. Okay, and then we're also gonna then go ahead and do this, and now you can see that this is just set up to 2 columns, right? So then we're gonna fix the box title and the box description. So This is also something that's not major. Basically, it's just you need to know the hexes, the size, and the margin bottom. Okay, now you see our text has actually changed, right? I know we're not going to be focusing too much on like responsiveness, but if we were to take this on a bigger screen, you should see a better difference, right? So it should be looking all good. We also have something down here, right? So we know that this separate box is set up to a specific orientation, which is display flex, right? But we also want to have like a class which is going to be a vertical class, and this is for our movies because the movies doesn't have much data, so we want to just change its flex directions to vertically or column so that it displays vertically. But how we can go about doing that is we'll come here and we'll need something called an ng class, and then we want to say add this class which is called vertically only if config, right, dot is vertical is true. Sorry, my bad. So since we're having an error, it's because we haven't imported a specific module, which is our common module. Okay, awesome. So now since that we've imported like that common module, you'll see that our text is actually set up vertically. So that's all good. So basically this is what we needed. Now we're gonna go ahead and just copy the same thing over here and put it under our TV shows, but we're gonna alter some stuff. Okay, so we can just go ahead and remove our console logs. So let's remove these console logs. Okay, awesome. So for TV shows, okay, we've set up like this banner, right? So if we were to go back, TV show, and then if we open, right? So we've set up this banner. We know that we do have genres for the TV shows, but there's some difference here. So the image is fine. So sometimes we don't have this tag title, this tagline. Okay, so if we go ahead and save this guy, so sometimes we don't have this tagline. The vote average is there, but let's come here and say TV. This is TV detail data. Okay, so now we can see that some of the things that we've set up are actually going to crash. Okay, this is the time where we actually now try to fix that. Okay, we're gonna have the title. Then under the title, we're gonna, okay, let me just go ahead and actually remove some stuff. So title is there. We're also gonna have like a status. So status should be shown. We wanna view our first air date. We wanna view our last air date. Right, the number of series, the number of seasons, the number of seasons, and the number of episodes. So for the number of seasons, we're gonna just use this number of seasons, and the number of episodes, we're just gonna use that. Then we're gonna have like a number of so episode runtime and the genres. So awesome. So that should be good. So now we see that it's actually complaining about something, right? So the reason why it's complaining is because we need to use the name instead of, yeah. So now that we have everything there, there's something that we probably need to set is vertically set up to false so that the stuff are actually set up side by side. So now if you go to the bigger screen, you should be seeing a nice looking UI, if I can put it that way. So this is nice. I love it. So yeah, basically you'll have like this page that has all this information, and when you click over here, it will send you to TV shows. If you go back, go to the home page, go to movies, open up a movie, you'll also see this showing all proper here. Let's see if we was to come back here. Just want to see something. So we've got an image section. We've set up to center. Minimum height is set up to that. I think this shouldn't be a problem. I love this. Although this image is cut out a bit, but it's not a train smash. Okay, so now let's go back to our home page and actually try to now implement this functionality. So when a user actually tries to click on TV shows or tries to click on movies, we should be showing them something. So how do we do that? So how we go about doing it is, the first thing we would want to do is come over here. So we created a page which is called view category component. Okay, what are we gonna have there? We're gonna have like a title, because basically the page that we're creating is these two pages. So we're gonna have a title, which is this title. So when we start off the page, we can just start off on just an empty title. We're also gonna have like our movie cards, which is gonna make use of the movie cards config. And this is taking an array of movie cards, because obviously we're going to be showing multiple movie cards in here, right? Okay, awesome. So what else that we need to do? So we want to implement on init. So implement on init. So for this, we need to also have this method ng on init. So probably also need to inject some stuff into our components. So we'll need a constructor for that. So we'll need an activated route. So this activated route, will need to check out the URL, what the URL is, and that will determine which endpoint we're actually gonna call. So this is gonna be router. So this is router. Nope, sorry, my bad. This is activated route. It's activated route. Then we're gonna have a router, which is of type router, which is from an Angular router. And then we're gonna have our private generic service generic service, HTTP service. Okay, sure. So once we have that, this should start complaining about stuff, right? And the reason being is because we need to import our HTTP client module. So the moment we've actually imported like our actual HTTP client module, now we can go ahead and actually implement some stuff. So this dot, if we come here, it should still complain, right? And the reason why it would complain is because we also need to provide our generic HTTP service. Okay, awesome. So moment we go to that page, now it's not complaining about anything. So this .activated route .url. So this is also an observable that we're actually going to subscribe to, which is going to get like our actual URL. So what do we do with this, right? So with this, we'll get like the result of that guy. And then what we do is, this is how we're going to manipulate what we're going to show on our title. So our title will be from results 0. So if I were to console.log my actual results that I get back from that service, you'll see what I have. So if I'm on that page, you'll see I'm getting a URL segment, and the path is what determines which page I'm at. So I'll just copy line of code that I have, so and just try to explain, right? So what I'm now gonna do is I'm gonna have like a ternary operation, so a ternary expression. So with this ternary expression, what I'm doing is I'm saying if the path includes movies, and then I'm just gonna display the title as movies, else just display TV shows, right? So that's basically what I'm doing there. And then I also want to go ahead and actually integrate. So I'm gonna have like an if statement over here that checks if the title is movies, then just call this movies function, and if the title is TV shows, I just need to have it like this. Else if the title is equal to TV shows, else if the title is equal to TV shows, I want it to go to that section. If not, then I just want to route to the home page. Navigate by URL, then just want to navigate to the home page. Obviously, this is going to break, and because these methods are not yet created, so this will get TV shows. Okay, awesome. So what is it that I want to do now, right? So if you go to your actual like home component, you'll see that we've actually like created this integration. So we're using a generic HTTP service. And then what we're doing is using from endpoints, we're using the movies, and we're subscribing to it. So get all TV shows. So what we're doing is .subscribe, right? And then we just say results equals to movies data. So basically that's what we're getting there. Then we can console.log our data. If we need to, okay, let's just then say next. That's an arrow function, right? So then this is closed here. Then we have like our error state, which is also an arrow function, which has type error. So console.error is gonna return this error. So here, this is of type any. We're logging that. So you can now see that it's actually gonna return some data for you, which is quite good. So we'll copy the same thing over here. So if I were to close this, copy this. I know copying code is not good, but it also speeds up the process sometimes. So this is for TV shows. We're using the TV shows endpoint. Then this is gonna be TV show. So this is TV data. Okay, awesome. Right. So now we know that if we go to TV shows, we're actually gonna be returning the data for that. And then now we're also gonna then map it to our actual object, right? So for mapping it to our actual object, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a TV result. We're gonna use TV results, and for the TV results, we just use the original name, right? And then this goes to TV show. Yes, this goes to TV show. So you just need to be really, really careful when you actually gonna copy stuff over. It's not a good idea to do it, but if so be it that you do happen to, just need to be careful. Okay, so I might need to close this guy over here and then close it like this. So now if I go to TV shows, right, it does all those nice things. So now let me just map this out to my movies. So I'll just remove the console log, and then instead of TV, I'll just say movie result. This is movie result, and this is the title dot original title. Right, and then you need to make sure that you're routing to the movie instead of the TV show. Okay, awesome. That is all good. So now let me just close this guy over here. Awesome. So now I'm going to close this, right? We know that we've actually integrated, but now let's go ahead and actually sort out our how we're going to display our content. So we're going to have like a view container, right? We're going to have a view container, and then we're going to also have like a dot view category content, then we're also gonna have like our title. We're gonna have like our title. We're gonna have a mini title. So we're gonna have our mini title over here. So basically what's happening with this is we're gonna have this mini title, we're gonna have our actual title, our app input, and yeah, let's just basically see how we're gonna go about doing this, right? So this is gonna be for our mini title. We're just gonna go ahead and copy this guy. How do we go there, right? So we'll just copy that guy, paste it in here. So only wanted this text. Awesome. So that's what we want. And this is going to be set up to just be a p tag. So this is going to be set up to be a p tag. And then ngif our title. So for our title, this is going to be a span. Don't know why I'm actually even making it a span, but it's fine. So I'll just say this is my title. And then over here, this is going to be our actual title, right? So then the next thing we're going to have is underneath there, we're going to have like our search container. So search container. So this is going to handle our inputs, our app input. So we're going to display our app input. So most probably it auto inserted our input container, our app input. Then the next thing we'll want to have is our movie cards section. So that's where we're gonna have just our movie cards. So for that one, we'll need a for loop, right? And we're gonna be looping through our movie cards, and then we'll have a div that's gonna control like the size of that card. So we'll just have a movie card div and then app movie card. So so pass it an item of that. So awesome. Now let's actually see what's going on. So it says movie card is not known. It probably also auto imported that. Okay, so we do have like our UI that's already showing, but although it's not the greatest one, but it's something. Okay, awesome. Let's now go ahead and actually style our stuff. So first one is that the view content. Okay, awesome. Okay, so just gonna copy over some styles so you can take a moment and pause. If you're new to the video, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the next thing is so it's display flex. The flex direction is column and it's aligned to the center. So for this is display flex, we having the orientation to be a column, right? And then we want the row gap so that each of them have like some space, breathing space. We'll set the width to 80%, and you should be seeing like a difference already. So if we come style our title container, inside our title container we've got this mini title. So that's just setting up the color of the text, the font, and because sometimes like p tags have a default what do you call this, it has a default margin. We just want to set up that margin to 0. So we're also going to control our title and the span within our title. So let me go ahead and just save this and actually see. Okay, awesome. So we've got this guy. Okay, so this guy, so this has to be a p tag. So this is the p tag, right, of title, and then within my title I want to have a span. Now it makes sense why I actually added a span, right? So within the span I'm just gonna have the length of the number of the count of movies that I have. So basically it's gonna show that it's TV shows, then the count for that TV show, and basically that's it. Okay, awesome. Then we're gonna just go ahead and actually add this movie card section. So for our movie card section, just gonna go underneath here. But same old styling. So it's display flex. We're gonna wrap it the moment it just reaches like the maximum of that container. Display flex, we just say space between. We're setting up like a gap of 24 pixels. So yeah, this is what we currently have. Okay, now let's go ahead and actually set the width. That's gonna actually sort out most of our problems, right? So let's see where I went wrong. I probably went wrong somewhere. Okay, I don't know. Let me just open this up in a bigger screen. Okay, awesome. It seems like this is looking quite good. So let's test it out. So if I were to open this should open it up on TV shows. If I go back, TV shows, movies, this should open up the movies. If I go to movies, that opens up this movies tab. But even though we didn't fix this issue over here, hence you can see every time we switch a specific like tab, we are not keeping state of this. So this could be a bonus that you can look into it, because even if I were to switch to movies or TV shows, the moment I reload this application, you'll see that I lose state of where I was. So which is an issue, but I guess it could be a bonus, an interesting one to solve. Yeah, so I think this is just it for this course. If you are new to the channel and you like this course, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.